rated on a number of businesses. This afternoon, it is a busy one, and the members will be debating a number of motions, some of them procedural. The consideration of certain business received during the month of October-November 2020 recess period, that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, and Standing Orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publication procedure upon publication and first reading of bills. This House orders that during the period of the short recess, that is from 16th October to November 2nd, upon receipt of any message from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House. Also, should a bill be published during the period or a published bill becomes due for first reading during the period, the Speaker shall, upon lapse of 7 days following the publication of the bill, forthwith refer such bill to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 127. This regards the committal of bills to committees and public participation. And upon resumption of the House, cause the bill to be read for the first time, and the second reading may be taken forthwith or on such other day as the House Business Committee may determine. And should the Speaker receive a message relating to the Senate's amendments to a bill originating in the National Assembly, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the schedule of the Senate amendments to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 145, and upon resumption of the House, report such fact to the House. That is a procedural motion which will be moved by the leader of the majority party, and this motion it seeks to ensure that the House is able to keep the wheels rolling should any such business be brought to the attention of the Speaker when the House will be on recess from 16th October, that is tomorrow, to 2nd November 2020. Another motion, a procedural motion, will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. The motion is on extension of time for consideration of a nominee for appointment as the Data Commissioner. The President did forward the name of the proposed Data Commissioner, and the House will now be considering that. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation will be moving a procedural motion seeking the extension of time to consider this nominee. Another procedural motion will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Land, and this one is also on the extension of time for consideration of various petitions. Those petitions have been highlighted in the order of business this afternoon. And finally, on procedural motion, the Chairperson Committee on Selection will also be seeking an extension for time for appointment of members to committees. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is about to commence. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, is walking into the chambers. That signals the beginning of business transaction this afternoon in the National Assembly. And of course, the National Assembly is still obeying the health protocols which have been laid out by the Ministry of Health. Social distancing is paramount, and the National Assembly has ensured that in its sittings.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, you will recall that on Thursday, 8th of October 2020, during the afternoon sitting, the member for Mathare, the Honourable Anthony Oluoch MP, rose on a point of order, seeking my direction on a number of issues. The gist of his point of order revolved around the processing of legislative proposals originated by individual members and their eventual consideration once published into bills, if at all. The member lamented on the slow manner in which members' legislative proposals are processed and took issue with the apparent stifling of the legislative mandate of members and the House by the Budget and Appropriations Committee and departmental committees, which are required to scrutinize members' legislative proposals and recommend to the Speaker whether the proposals should be proceeded with or published into bills. Honourable members, having considered the substance of the issues raised by the Honourable Oluoch, I have isolated 3 key questions that would require my direction. And these are: 1, whether the House has authority in respect of a decision on whether or not to proceed with or publish a legislative proposal. 2, what value does money bill certification and authorization stage at pre-publication scrutiny add to the legislative process, and whether the committee's decision on a legislative proposal upon pre-publication scrutiny is final. And finally, whether a member may reintroduce a legislative proposal after a negative decision by a committee of the House. Honourable members, before I respond to the issues raised, it should be noted that the process of drafting a bill involves several stages. The first stage is the drafting stage, which entails the legislative proposal being prepared by the Directorate of Legal Services and reviewed in consultation with the respective member. It is here that the member confirms the draft proposal vis-à-vis his or her initial idea. Once drafted, the legislative proposal is submitted to the Parliamentary Budget Office for money bill certification. Proposals that are found to have money bill aspects are committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for its recommendation in accordance with Article 114 of the Constitution. Where the Parliamentary Budget Office certifies that a legislative proposal does not contain any money bill aspects, the proposal is committed to the relevant departmental committee for pre-publication scrutiny and relevant sectoral input. Ordinarily, the recommendation of the relevant committee is key in guiding the Speaker to make a determination on whether to publish a legislative proposal or not. Honourable members, statistics before me indicate that a total of 313 individual members' legislative proposals have so far been proposed in the 12th Parliament. Of these, 91 are currently at the drafting stage, while 9 have been submitted to the Parliamentary Budget Office for money bill certification. 42 legislative proposals, which were determined to contain money bill aspects, are currently pending before the Budget and Appropriations Committee. On the other hand, 69 legislative proposals are being considered before the relevant departmental committees after either being considered by the Budget and Appropriations Committee and recommended to be proceeded with, or after having been determined as not containing any money bill aspects. In the course of considering the legislative proposals, the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the various departmental committees have recommended that 31 proposals should either not be proceeded with or published on the considered advice of the National Treasury or on account of relevant sectoral concerns. Finally, 63 legislative proposals have so far either been recommended for publication, approved for publication by my office, or published as bills that are now at different stages of consideration by the House. 8 of the proposals initially approved for processing have been withdrawn by the members concerned. As you will note from the above statistics, honourable members, a total of 111 legislative proposals are before the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the various departmental committees. This represents nearly half of all the personal legislative output of individual members to date. Just for your information, honourable members, of the proposals that have been published into bills, 1 has been assented to, 2 have been passed and are undergoing preparation for assent, 4 have been concluded by the House and are currently undergoing consideration in the Senate, 5 are awaiting Committee of the Whole House consideration, 45 are awaiting or undergoing second reading, 4 have been lost, and 2 have been withdrawn by the members who introduced them. There has been some progress in consideration of members' bills, and the House Business Committee has resolved to continue prioritizing them in coming weeks, and have gone as far as moving a motion to allow that Thursday morning sittings during this part of the session be reserved specifically for individual members' business to clear the backlog. Honourable members, on the first issue, relating to whether the House has authority in respect to the processing of a legislative proposal, members will recall that before the 10th Parliament, members wishing to introduce a bill and to seek leave of the House by way of a motion. The House will then take a vote on whether the proposal was to be proceeded with or not. This procedure was done away with during the review of the standing orders in 2008. A new procedure was then introduced that gave the Speaker the power to determine whether a legislative proposal was to be proceeded with or not based on the recommendation of the clerk as to conformity to format and style. However, after several years in operation, and with the new constitution coming into force, a need arose for the establishment of a mechanism to sieve legislative work before its consideration by the plenary of the House. This was especially with regard to the confirmation of the money bill aspects of a legislative proposal, its constitutionality or otherwise, and its conformity with the drafting format and style of the House to ensure consistency in legislative output. The standing orders were accordingly reviewed, and during the 11th Parliament, the current system of pre-publication scrutiny that I have described above was introduced. Members, let me allow the members to come in. Members at the door, please make your way in. Make your way into the House so that we can proceed. Honourable members, allow me now to respond to the second and third matters raised by the Honourable Oluoch. To begin with, on whether the committee's decision on a legislative proposal upon pre-publication scrutiny is final, I wish to categorically state that it is not. And why do I say so? First, where the attention of the House Business Committee is drawn to the fact that the Budget and Appropriations Committee has recommended that a significant number of legislative proposals to be proceeded with, and the proposals remain stuck in departmental committees, the House Business Committee has always risen to the occasion and sought the resolution of the House to cause the proposal to be published. Members may recall that on the 21st of February 2019, the then leader of the majority party, the Honorable Eden Duale, moved a motion on behalf of the House Business Committee that sought the resolution of the House for the publication of 30 legislative proposals whose consideration was inordinately delayed by various departmental committees. The motion was approved, and so the publication of the bills, some of which have since been passed by the House. Therefore, the recommendation of departmental committees in respect of a legislative proposal is not final or binding as to the fate of a proposal. Secondly, honourable members, a cursory reading of Standing Order 114 readily reveals the discretion that the House has granted the Speaker with regard to any recommendation made by a departmental committee on a legislative proposal. The Speaker has the discretion to agree or not to agree with the recommendations of the relevant committee. Indeed, on a few occasions, and for considered reasons, I have disagreed with the decision of a departmental committee on a legislative proposal. As an example, in the 11th Parliament, the then member for Baringo County, the Honourable Grace Kiptui, sought to amend the Basic Education Act of 2013 to provide for the distribution of free sanitary towels to every girl child enrolled in a public basic education institution upon attaining puberty. Whereas the Budget and Appropriations Committee recommended that the legislative proposal be proceeded with, the Departmental Committee on Education, Research and Technology recommended that it should not be published. This was ostensibly on the basis that the government had already established a sanitary towels program in the country. Having considered the matter, I directed the publication of the proposal against the recommendation of the committee. At the time, my determination was informed by, among other things, the fact that the proposal did not offend the Constitution or contradict or duplicate any existing law. It was also my view then, which I still hold, that rejecting a proposal by a member without relevant and weighty reasons amounts to curtailing the member's constitutional right to legislate. The recommendation by the Departmental Committee on Education, Research and Technology to shelve the proposal on account of the government's program would only leave the matter at the mercies of government policy, which is unpredictable and be terminated at any time as opposed to legislation. I felt that the committee was becoming a roadblock as they had raised no constitutional or legal issues, but rather were making administrative arguments for the administration. Similarly, during the 11th Parliament, it is on record that my determination on the fate of the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2013, sponsored by the then member for Nyandarua County, Honorable Wanjiku Muhe, the National Employment Authority Bill of 2015, sponsored by the then nominated member, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, the Banking Amendment Bill, sponsored by the member for Kiambu constituency, Honorable Jude Jomo, and the Engineering Technologists and Technicians Bill, sponsored by the then member for Bomet County, Honorable Cecilia Ngetich, countermanded the recommendations made by the respective departmental committees. All these proposals were subsequently passed by the House and assented to into law. Honorable members, the practice world over is that whenever speakers are faced with a situation where they have to decide between a policy and a proposed legislation, they tend to rule in favor of legislation since it asserts the authority of the House. The above two scenarios, exemplified by the actions of the House Business Committee and the Speaker, conform to a long-held parliamentary tradition that whenever the Speaker is confronted by a choice between the House, a committee, or an individual member of the House, he or she always chooses the House for resolution. Honourable members, and hasten to caution that the discretion that the House as lent to the Speaker ought not to be construed by members as a convenient avenue of circumventing the carefully woven fabric of the committee system under the standing orders. Majority of the work of the House is conducted in the committees, which have at their disposal relevant sectoral experience and expertise in their respective mandates and the assistance of competent technical officers, both from within and outside Parliament. Accordingly, a decision to countermand the recommendation of a committee of the House should be viewed as an exception and not a rule. Honourable members, consequently, in the exceptional circumstance where a member is genuinely aggrieved by the recommendation of a committee or the manner in which his or her legislative output is being processed by a committee, two secondary avenues for seeking direction or redress exist. First, and with regard to inordinate delays in the consideration or processing of a legislative proposal, the member may move the House Business Committee to seek a resolution of the House for the advancement of its legislative mandates. Secondly, where a committee has made an adverse recommendation with regard to a legislative proposal, the member may provide the Speaker with relevant information to inform his or her consideration of the report and recommendation of the departmental committee. From the foregoing, you will note that the discretion granted the Speaker by Standing Order 114 is only with regard to the recommendation made by the departmental committees. Honourable members, as you are aware, the pre-publication scrutiny in our current legislative process has two steps, namely money bill certification and consideration by the relevant committee. If a legislative proposal is determined to have money bill aspects contemplated under Article 114 of the Constitution, it is forwarded to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration and recommendation in consultation with the views of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury. On the other hand, if the proposal is determined not to have any money bill aspects, the standing orders require the Speaker to forward it to the relevant committee for initial consideration. In considering a legislative proposal, the relevant committee checks on such issues as to constitutionality, existing provisions in law, or conflict with other existing law without proposed amendment or repeal. As to whether the process adds value, I wish to state as follows. Firstly, the Article 114 consideration is a constitutional requirement. It is not a procedure or step that the House has a decision over, as the House may proceed, and I quote, only in accordance with the recommendation of the Budget and Appropriations Committee after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, close the quotes. There is therefore no question as to whether the process is necessary or not. Indeed, Article 114 of the Constitution expressly requires the House to only proceed with the consideration of a money bill in line with the recommendation of a committee mandated with that task, and after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. This House has, in its standing orders, mandated the Budget and Appropriations Committee as the relevant committee contemplated in the Constitution. Consequently, the Speaker has no discretion with regard to the recommendation made by the Budget and Appropriations Committee on a proposal that has been certified to contain money bill aspects. Honourable members, on the third question of whether a member can reintroduce a legislative proposal after a negative decision by the relevant committee, I note that the standing orders do not prohibit the reintroduction of a legislative proposal in the same or an enriched form. The U.S. Congress publishes approximately 2,000 bills every year. The practice is conscious of the fact that not all the published bills will be considered by the House or be concluded, if at all, considered. However, it is a duty of the processes of any legislature to not only facilitate members to undertake their duty, but also to facilitate the display of the performance of that very duty. Undeniably, not all bills that are published become law. Some bills are published to cause an action, resolve issues of concern to the people, or to elicit national debate on the subject. For instance, in the 9th Parliament, the then member for Konoin, the Honourable Dr. Julius Kones, sponsored the Tea Amendment Bill, with the intention of causing the executive to take certain actions in the tea sector. No sooner had the bill been published than the executive not only went ahead to take administrative actions to address concerns in the tea sector at the time, but also introduced a concurrent bill, Kabando, proposed an amendment to the Central Bank Act to require the Central Bank to put in place mechanisms to enable the public to participate in government securities through electronic means and in lower minimum denominations. Soon thereafter, the Central Bank instituted measures that saw the reduction of the minimum investment in government securities from Kenya shillings 50,000 to Kenya shillings 3,000, and the introduction of phone-based trading in these securities. Therefore, I'm convinced that we should make our processes less difficult and ensure that they are facilitative to members. As Speaker, I therefore will not hesitate to disagree with a committee where a committee is being unnecessarily obstructive. Honourable members, whereas a member has raised valid questions that have constitutional grounding, particularly in respect to Articles 94 and 95 of the Constitution on the role of Parliament, the processes in question are ingrained in the standing orders and derived from the constitutional requirements. At present, no catastrophic or terminal failure has revealed itself with regard to the functioning of the committee system and the pre-publication scrutiny procedure established by the House to see if the legislative works are submitted for consideration by the plenary. Despite appreciating that the structure of the committee system is firm, I am constrained to admit that the statistics of the legislative work of individual members pending before the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the various departmental committees are worrying, and if left unchecked, may indeed disillusion the affected members and discourage others from exercising their constitutional mandate to legislate. It is therefore my finding that some departmental committees are misapplying the provisions of Standing Order 114 on pre-publication scrutiny. The intention was not for the departmental committees to curtail the legislative authority of the House or to stop members from publishing bills, but rather to facilitate members in this endeavor. I'm indeed concerned by the high number of legislative proposals that have been lying in departmental committees for far too long. Some of them have been before committees for over a year. And for instance, on the 17th of October 2019, the committee deferred making a decision on a legislative proposal by the Honorable George Kariuki MP titled the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2019. That decision is still pending 1 year down the line. This is a blatant abuse of the parliamentary process and should not be allowed. In any case, should the committee find difficulty in getting views of the Cabinet Secretary as required, the same should be reported to allow the House to make an appropriate resolution in the circumstances. Honourable members, to ensure the processing of these proposals one way or other and to safeguard the authority of the House, I hereby direct as follows. 1, that all departmental committees have until 3rd of November 2020 to consider all legislative proposals before them whose 21 days have expired and make their recommendations known to me on or before 3rd of November 2020. 2, that failure to comply with the above-mentioned directive will leave the House Business Committee with no other option but to follow the precedent set in 2019 by immediately seeking an order of the House for authorization to have the bills published as legislative proposals. 3, that the procedure at House Rules Committee relooks at Standing Order 114 and the related provisions of the standing orders in respect of the value, especially with regards to the role of departmental committees in pre-publication scrutiny. This is bearing in mind that once published, the same bills are still committed back to the same committees for consideration, including conducting public participation. In making its recommendations, the procedure at House Rules Committee should consider providing an appellate mechanism during the pre-publication stage and before a recommendation is made to the Speaker. And finally, that at least once a week, the clerk does publish on the parliamentary website the list of members' legislative proposals which have been drafted and are awaiting the money bill recommendation or are undergoing pre-publication scrutiny in committees, and brief the House Business Committee on regular basis on the same. I thank you, members.
Order number 3, messages.
Sorry, honourable members. There's heavy business that you are going to recess today. Let's just deal with the business. Honourable members, the member who is loitering. Honourable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 41, I wish to report to the House that I have received 2 messages from the Senate regarding its passage of the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, and the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019. The first message conveys that, and I quote, on Thursday, 8th October 2020, the Senate considered and approved the National Assembly amendments to the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, close the quotes. Honourable members, you will recall that on Thursday, 25th of June 2020, this House considered and passed the said bill with amendments to clauses 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, and 21. The Senate's approval of the National Assembly's amendments now concludes the bicameral consideration of the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 112, Clause 2 of the Constitution. The second message relates to the passage of the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019. The message conveys that, quote, on Thursday, 8th October 2020, the Senate considered and passed the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019 with amendments to Clause 2, and now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly. In this regard, I direct the clerk to circulate the Senate amendments to all members pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 145. Further, the Senate amendments to the bill are hereby committed to the Departmental Committee on Lands for consideration. The committee is expected to submit its report before the amendments are considered by the House. For the avoidance of doubt, the House is reminded that the National Assembly will only consider the amendments made by the Senate to the bill and not any other part of the bill. I thank you, members.
Order number 4, petitions.
The Honorable Mukwana Hamala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a petition regarding the imminent closure of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Kakamega campus. Honorable Speaker, I, the undersigned, on behalf of the concerned students of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Kakamega campus, draw the attention of the House to the following. Number 1, that the university education is one of the critical foundations for building the necessary technical, human resource capabilities needed to drive the country towards achieving the Kenya Vision 2030, as well as establishing the country as a middle-class economy. Mr. Speaker, that in furtherance of the above vision, the government embarked on the ambitious program of expanding places for university education by accrediting more universities and establishing new campuses. 3, that in 2011, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology opened up a constituent campus in Kakamega town at Ambwere Fra building with an initial enrollment of 17 students, which has grown to more than 800 undergraduate and postgraduate students currently pursuing different courses. Number 4, that from 2017, the political leadership in Kakamega and the county government of Kakamega initiated plans to secure land to relocate the campus from the rented premises to its own premises and put up appropriate structures in support of permanent establishment of the campus. Number 5, that the county government of Kakamega has already secured for the campus approximately 3.5 acres of land with lecture rooms in Lurambi constituency and another 50 acres in Lukuyani constituency. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, that the process of fully securing land for the campus began in 2017, and the final approvals were forwarded to the National Land Commission in 2019 for allocation of allotment letters and issuance of title deeds to the campus. Number 7, that in a disappointing turn of events, on 15th June 2020, Mr. Speaker, the management of JKUAT Kakamega campus issued a short notice for permanent closure of the Kakamega campus by 30th of August 2020 and directed students to either opt for online classes or relocate to other JKUAT campuses in Kitale, Kisii, and Nakuru. Number 8, Honorable Speaker, that the abrupt closure of the campus is not in the best interest of the students, given that it will adversely disrupt learning programs for more than 800 students, some of whom had just one semester remaining to complete their undergraduate studies, and occasion loss of livelihoods for staff and service providers in Kakamega town who are dependent on the university population. Number 9, that the imminent closure has failed to take cognizance of the efforts made by the county government of Kakamega to avail the land in Lurambi and Lukuyani constituencies for the permanent establishment of the campus, hence likely to erode the gains made in expanding the opportunities for accessing university education. Number 10, that the inconveniences and challenges associated with the imminent closure will potentially shatter the dreams of many undergraduate and postgraduate students at the affected campus, because some of them may not be able to fund the relocation or opt for online classes, given that technology courses cannot be effectively delivered online. Number 11, Mr. Speaker, that efforts by the local leadership and the student leadership to have the relocation halted have not yielded fruit. Number 12, that the matters in respect of which this petition is made are not pending before a court of law, constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee on Education and Research, inquires into the issues raised in the petition with a view to establishing the circumstances leading to the abrupt issuance of a memo for closure of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Kakamega campus, despite the process made in providing land for permanent establishment of the facility at its own premises. B, recommends to the Minister of Education and the Commission for University Education to reverse the decision to close the campus so as to secure the interest of students whose studies are at the risk of being shattered by the abrupt closure. And finally, C.
Honorable Iringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give my brief comment on this petition by my friend Bishop Amala. And as Honorable Bandi has put it, Mr. Speaker, I thought he was talking of canvas, but I really took my time to get to know what he was talking about. But that is the dialect, Mr. Speaker, and let us appreciate that we have different dialects. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I also concur with the petitioner, because once an institution has been established in a certain place and you decide to relocate it to somewhere else, you really inconvenience people, because people have already invested in that area for hostels and other facilities and amenities for the students, and the ones who...
Colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the principal objective of establishing a university is to get a people who are skilled in their respective areas of education and to get people who are specialized. Mr. Speaker, with this opening of so many campuses across the country, Mr. Speaker, it has really brought down education. I'm an alumni of Jomo Kenyatta University, Mr. Speaker, and it is very embarrassing that a university which was ranked of the best in Africa is now the lowest because of so many small campuses, one in Matare, another one somewhere there, that corner. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to stick to the objective principle of establishing university and have a quality graduates, but not to boost the economies in centers or in shopping centers, Mr. Speaker.
Member for community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support the petition. Mr. Speaker, as I support the petition, we need to know that a university, when it starts its business, if programs cannot sustain itself, there's no way it can continue, Mr. Speaker, to exist. It is indeed important that these Module 2 programs, they are priced higher. So maybe it's the highest time we should request or allocate more money to Higher Education Loans Board. Because it's not just happening in Kakamega alone. It has also happened in Kitale. And it's true, when a university is in a town, Mr. Speaker, the economic activities normally they are increased, even the GDP of that area increases. In terms of other extracurricular activities, there's a market provided for by those students because they have to eat, Mr. Speaker, availability in terms of accommodation. But if the numbers, they cannot break even, there's no way you can force a university to be there. Maybe it's a responsibility for the local leadership also to invest and maybe sponsor more students to go to that particular campus, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of break even. Otherwise, it cannot work, Mr. Speaker. And that is the logic. It is a business venture. It is not a humanitarian, Mr. Speaker. And of course, some time back, Mr. Speaker, we are aware there is a motion which passed in the Senate, which had been sponsored by Senator Halwale, that with devolution, we must have universities in every county, because we know the much the students contribute, how much a university contributes in the economy of that local area. It's like an industry. So it's a responsibility also for the local leadership, Mr. Speaker, to be able to know how do we sustain this university? Because without sustainability, it cannot work, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
I hope you didn't say that rental income and other extracurricular activities. I see. Which ones? Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Kamala. But I would want that when they are the committee is looking into this petition, I think we need to come up with standards for which universities must be able to establish before starting a campus. Because once you start a campus and people register for the various courses, and then you close it down, it is both economic catastrophe, because these people have paid for those studies. You are going to interrupt their studies because people go and settle within those areas so that they can access that education. Honorable Speaker, in Kitale, we had Mount Kenya University starting several campuses within there. And after which, when they closed, even those who had registered from local who wanted to advance their education, it became a problem, because what happens with your program? How do you transfer that program to another part of the university or where they have moved into? I think these are things that should be able to be looked into. Otherwise, the petition is in good faith. Thank you.
Member for Adienda.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this petition. Mr. Speaker, in supporting it, we should take cognizance that there appears to be a conscious decision by the government, particularly the Ministry of Education, to discourage opening of campuses and towards closure of campuses and re-centralizing them. Mr. Speaker, that policy needs to be reconsidered. First of all, the Constitution of Kenya requires decentralization of services and access to services all over this country. The idea of opening campuses, therefore, is in keeping with the spirit and letter of the Constitution. Their closure directly negates that requirement of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, secondly, we are acutely aware that we live in a country where for almost 4 decades, we were guided by sessional paper number 4, I think, of 1965, number 10 of 1965, which appeared to concentrate resources in areas that were deemed to be productive. And those resources included educational facilities. And the result is there are many parts of this country which therefore did not benefit from having a university. The closest they come is having those campuses. When you close them, you are really going back to that sessional paper that had done great injustice for many decades. Mr. Speaker, it is also true that in many instances, the decision to set up the main universities followed the leadership of this country. Depending on the leadership, then you find the universities are established. Other than the University of Nairobi and the Kenyatta University, most other universities that were established later followed that pattern. The only way to defeat that pattern is to allow other areas to have satellite campuses. Mr. Speaker, I think that the only question we should ask is that campus, does it have proper facilities? Are we maintaining proper quality? Are we maintaining standards? If we are, then there's no reason to close them. But in the same vein, Mr. Speaker, while I'm supporting the petition, I realize that the original campus may not have been appropriately placed. It appears to have been placed on the 4th floor of some building, which no doubt had neighbors like butcheries and saloons and such like things. That is not appropriate for a learning environment. But having noted, though, that the petitioner notes that the county government went ahead and secured 50 acres, that is the kind of situation you want for a campus. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition.
Well, honour members, you know, a petition is just a few comments. I'll have one more. Member for Bomachoge, Borabu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join the honourable members in supporting this petition on the grounds of accountability. Honourable Speaker, it is time that we stood on our grounds and questioned the leadership of the universities on some of these things they do. In the 90s, early 2010, universities went on massive expansion. And they did it without even getting the approval from the right institutions. Now the universities have run dry of the students from the respective catchments. And they are doing things without taking into account the damages that those actions are having on the community. Honourable Speaker, I think I want to say that it is high time we hold the universities accountable for the things they do, and I support.
The petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Education and Research to deal with in accordance with the standing orders. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 15th, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Legal notice number 188 of 2020 relating to the value-added tax amendment invoice regulations 2020 from the National Treasury. 2, report on study on perceptions and experiences of corruption in the public service in Kenya from the National Crime Research Center. Number 3, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation for the year ended 30th of June 2018 and certificates therein. Number 4, the reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. A, the Judicial Service Commission. B, the State Law Office and Department of Justice. C, the State Law Office and Department of Justice Official Receiver. D, the State Department for Fisheries, Aquaculture, and the Blue Economy. And E, the State Department for Industrialization. F, the State Department for Cooperatives. G, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And lastly, the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
I beg, sir, to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 15th, 2020, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in the research. 1, its consideration of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2019, and here it should be distinguished from number 3, which is on the order paper. Number 2 is consideration of the reference of the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020. Number 3 is consideration of the statute law miscellaneous amendments bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020. Thank you.
Number 2, is that referendum bill number 2, is it National Assembly bill number 14 or number 15?
The referendum is number 2 bill, National Assembly.
Bill number?
Bill number 14.
14?
Yes.
Not 15?
Not 15.
Very well.
Thank you.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 15, 2020, afternoon sitting. Report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of a public petition by the residents of Vota, Moore Ward in Machakos Town constituency regarding the obstruction of tarmacking of Konza Katumani Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Before I commence that, let me, so that we proceed in a neat way. The reason why I was asking the Honorable Muturi Kigano about whether his is number 14 or number 15 is because there was another report which was tabled by the committee responsible for implementation, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, on the same subject, referendum. I think, in fairness to the House, it will be decent, much neater, if I think the two committees could, during the recess period, the two, because it's on the same subject, Honorable Kigano.
This to the attention of the leader of majority sometime informally, but I guess what could happen when on the committee stage, perhaps then they can be corrupt. You can corrupt one and then the committee. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this.
Would it be neater if, first of all, because when the bill comes for second reading, it will be general debate. But I think the House in plenary would benefit a great deal if there has been some meeting between the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the CIOC, at which you could begin broaching some, general approaches to, because the subject is the same, so that then you can jointly give us something, some way forward, so that even as members debate, there isn't confusion.
I think I'll approach my colleague.
You get in touch with the office of the clerk.
Yes.
Get in touch with the office of the clerk. Honorable Kioni should also, if you can look for him, so that you can agree on some date when you can, your two committees can meet. I'm sure it should not be difficult to come up with some broad agreements. Yeah.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question, member for Westlands, Honorable Anyonyi Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask question number 253 of 2020. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of a footbridge at Kidokoro village along the Nairobi North Bypass is yet to be undertaken despite the ministry having given an undertaking to do so? Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain when will the pedestrian footbridge be constructed along Wayaki Way on Nairobi-Nakuru Road near the ABC Place, Ebidike Red Hill Road Junction to facilitate easy access of ABDK offices by persons with disabilities? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry does not incorporate social inclusion as part of the road designs during the construction of major road projects, and whether there are plans, if are any plans to do so? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question, member for Kadiani.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 256 of this year to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. 1, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that one Peter Nzioki Munyao of ID number 0752089, who is the village headman for Makumbini village in Idhaani sublocation of Kaiwa location of Kadhiani constituency, broke his leg while enforcing the curfew imposed during this COVID-19 pandemic period? And 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures the ministry will take to assist the officer to settle the expenses and the medical bills incurred as a result of the incident, considering that this officer got injured while on duty?
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask question 270 of 2020 to Cabinet Secretary for Education. Question number 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the ministry intends to pay one Rebecca Kiluge of ID number 040223 compensation of Kenya shillings 3.3,885,800, which was awarded by the Magistrates Court in Mwingi, filed civil case number 188 of 2008. 2. What has caused the delay in effecting the compensation, which was awarded following the death of one Lucas Motuku Kiliungi, who passed on the following
on following a road accident involving a Minister of Education motor vehicle registration number GKA945G. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Meru County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question 287 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior Coordination of National Government. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all gender-based violence cases that are recorded to have taken place in Meru County since January 2019? Number 2. What is the status of investigations into the said gender-based cases and progress of prosecution to the culprits, if any? Number 3. What measures has the ministry put in place to bring to an end the rising cases of gender-based violence in the country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member of Ovoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask question number 289 to the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Part 1, when will the construction and refurbishment works on Voi Taveta 1-meter gauge railway line commence, considering that the government is keen on revamping railway transport in the country? But 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide plans on refurbishment of the said railway line, considering its importance in boosting transport networks and improving the economy of the region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport and Public Works and Housing. Last question, the member for Nyando.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 296 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Youth Affairs. Question number 1. What specific policy plans does the ministry have for interns engaged by various state departments for a year and whose tenures are about to end? Question number 2 and the last one. In view of the service rendered to the public by their interns, could the government consider renewing the 2019-2020 internship engagement or absorbing the interns permanently in the public service? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Response before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Honorable Washieli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the...
No, we are not yet there.
Is it?
What appeared before me was a question. What I know I approved was a question.
But I don't have a copy of that question, Honorable Speaker. Can I have a copy of that, please?
Which statement?
It's a statement.
It's a good question. What you brought me? Honorable Washieli.
Honorable Speaker, what I have is a statement, not a question.
Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the recently cancelled religious meetings in various parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, Articles 36 and 37 of the Constitution guarantees freedom of association and assembly, which are all critical prerequisites to a thriving and a progressive democracy. While Article 32 safeguards freedom of religion, conscience, belief, and opinion. Honorable Speaker, officials of the National Police Service recently cancelled high-profile public religious functions in Mumias East and Matungu constituencies in contravention of questionable circumstances and that had no substantial basis and which involved the unnecessary, regrettable tear gassing of Christians. Honorable Speaker, I wish to go through this article because it's very important.
No. You can't read to us the law. Those who don't know the law, when they are here, they ought not to be here. Those are our rules.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I wish to proceed then. It is on account of these public concerns that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. 1, what were the specific reasons that led to the cancellation of these meetings? 2, is the Public Order Act that was cited by the officer commanding police station in both cases in cancelling the events still relevant?
Cooperative due to huge non-moving stocks currently in KNTC, warehouses of 3,335.5 tons, which is equivalent to 66,708 bags worth Kenya shilling 533,664,000 Kenya shillings. The rice distribution operation have been adversely affected by the closure of all learning institutions, suspension of recruitments by the disciplined forces, and the scaling down of operations by other rice-consuming MDAs, thereby slowing down the commodities offtake rate. So there has been a lot of excess in warehouses. As the rice distribution operation resumes to the various MDAs in line with the projection given, KNTC will be in a position to resume the offtake of the paddy rice at Mwea Rice and consequently pay the farmers. Honorable Speaker, there is a very big challenge because the warehouses are full. The stock is worth almost 550 million shillings. And the next harvest is going to be in a couple of months. So what is going to happen to the farmers? The impact of COVID-19 pandemic, Honorable Speaker, owing to the fact that the rice distribution have been adversely affected by the closure of all learning institutions, suspension of recruitment of disciplined forces, and the scaling down of other rice-consuming MDAs, KNTC, in my view, has continued to discharge its role well. In addition, to further ensure sustainability of the project as a way of a strategy, KNTC has devised various strategies for business development to enable more rice sales, thereby curing the slow turnaround rate, which has inevitably led to temporarily suspension of further procurement of rice from Mwea Rice Growers Multipurpose Cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, some of the strategies KNTC is currently pursuing to expand rice clientele base include repacking and rebranding programs, plans to invest in aggressive marketing outreach, increasing KNTC market reach and coverage. Honorable Speaker, as a way of also helping the farmers, it is important to compel National Cereals and Produce Board, which now has assumed the role of SFR, to provide for strategic food reserve resources for rice. And also the government to speedily implement the Warehouse Receipt System Act to reduce, among other things, post-harvest loss, price fluctuation, and obviously it is an instrument where farmers can be able to draw some finances on the stocks. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thanks.
Member for Mwea.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say I agree with the report presented by the Chair, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. However, Mr. Speaker, there are some facts on the ground that we need to look at. Number one, some 200 million worth lice is lying in Mwea Multipurpose stores in Mwea, and they have no more capacity to take more. The above stock, Mr. Speaker, deliveries by farmers who have not been paid. And as I've always said, the returns to the farmers are so low that if they are not paid for what they deliver, they really suffer, Mr. Speaker. In this circumstance, MRGM is either going to be forced to take loan to pay the farmers who have delivered these lice, or farmers will go without payments. Again, something that will be detrimental to the farmers. Mr. Speaker, some businessmen and women outside Mwea have started taking advantage of this particular directive, since it's not, because of that temporary stop over the purchase of lice from Mwea and Kano Plains, I believe. Mr. Speaker, these businessmen and women are coming all the way from Nairobi to come and buy rice in Mwea at cheap prices, exploiting the farmers who are unable to deliver their rice to MRGM, whose capacity is currently full, Mr. Speaker. This is likely to escalate. The problem is likely to be even much more in December, when we are expecting a bumper harvest. We have a lot of rice in the field that, again, farmers will not know where to take if KNTC does not come up with an immediate solution. And I appreciate the midterm and long-term plan by KNTC, but the immediate solution to the current problem, Mr. Speaker, needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, it's also worth noting that MRGM, or the society itself, has lost its traditional markets due to the high but favorable prices that the directive brought to the farmers, Mr. Speaker. So as we appreciate it, we also know that there are some markets that cannot sustain that particular price, and therefore they are not able to buy rice from MRGM, exacerbating the problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, MRGM will not be able to buy rice from farmers in December because of financial challenges as well as storage challenges, and this again will be a major problem to the people of both Mwea and Kano Plains, I believe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this problem is not as small as probably the ministry could be looking at, because if nothing is done, both MRGM and its sister society called Lainisha are likely to close down. And if they close down, farmers will have nowhere to turn to in as far as financing is concerned, because Mwea rice farmers do not own titles, Mr. Speaker, and therefore they cannot be able to go to contemporary banks to get finances. They rely on these two societies. If they close down, it means the whole industry of rice farming in Mwea, which is the largest scheme in this country, will be affected. And I know there are people who will be very happy with that, because that will be an avenue for importing cheap and substandard rice in this country, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Committee of Agriculture, I thank the Ministry of Agriculture. They have put in a lot of efforts to increase production of rice in the country, and this is going on, saving this country a lot of foreign exchange that would have gone towards importation of rice in this country, Mr. Speaker. If this particular directive is not fully implemented, it means that people will turn back to importation. People will exploit that gap, and a lot of foreign exchange will be lost. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and under these circumstances, I am requesting that the government injects more money into the directive or to the initiative so as to buy the rice that is in stock in Mwea. It can be held there by paid. We are okay, Mr. Speaker, because rice per day, even if you kept it for 5 years, it will still not go bad. You can preserve rice as it is in paddy form before you mill it, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, if the government can avail some funds, pay for that stock that is in Mwea, so that farmers can be paid and then work out on storage in December, this problem can be temporarily sorted out, Mr. Speaker. And so it is my humble prayer that the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives could find time during the recess period to visit both Mwea and KNTC before engaging the government, that is Treasury, so as to have a temporary solution to this problem, which is likely to be a major problem in Mwea, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Well, I thought that in the statement, the chairman did indicate that perhaps it is high time for that the strategic green reserve considers also purchasing rice, because I think it will go a long way in the same direction that you are suggesting. But I think we don't need to debate that. I think it's something I think the committee should pursue. Both your suggestion and what they have said, I think those are both lines should be pursued. Next, Chairman, Departmental Committee or Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I rise, Honorable Speaker, to give a status on the legislative proposals referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that you have given a ruling, and it is as if we read your mind, and we had actually prepared a report from the Budget and Appropriations Committee. To be brief, Honorable Speaker, because we have had quite a number of legislative proposals coming to the committee, and members were sometimes complaining that the Budget and Appropriations Committee is the deathbed for legislative proposals. But I'm happy that we have been able to process quite a number of them. Honorable Speaker, Article 114 of the Constitution read together with the provisions of Standing Order 114.3 and 6 provide for the referral and processing of legislative proposals which are draft money bills. Specifically, Standing Order 114.3b states that, and I quote, where the Speaker is of the opinion that the legislative proposal is a draft money bill in terms of Article 114 of the Constitution, directs the legislative proposal be referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the proposal shall be proceeded with only in accordance with the recommendations of the committee after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting and mentioning that the process of considering of draft money bill is meticulous in that the committee has to consider and evaluate technical briefs prepared by the Parliamentary Budget Office, which provides a detailed examination of the manner in which the proposal affects the current and the future budgets and may include implication on tax measures. Consider the views of the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and hold discussions with the members sponsoring the proposal before making a decision. Honorable Speaker, at times, the committee defer making its decision, awaiting to receive the comments from the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury. While on other occasions, Honorable Speaker, members sponsoring the legislative proposal are not available, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, since the commencement of the 12th Parliament, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has processed 114 legislative proposals, of which 117 have been processed from January 2018 to June 2020, while 25, Honorable Speaker, were processed between the months of July and September 2020. Honorable Speaker, Between March and June 2020, no bills were considered because of course of the we were dealing with supplementary budget, supplementary estimates, division of revenue, and the annual estimates. You all recall, of course, we also had the difficult time of the lockdown infused by the COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, during the 2 months of July and September, we considered 25 bills. For ease of reference, Honorable Speaker, I have attached herein with annexures 1 to 5 of the status of all the legislative proposals that have been referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the House that when a legislative proposal is referred, we must make decisions as to whether it should have a proposal proceed, how it will be, and how it will be financed, sorry. Already, the macro framework was decided in this House for the next 3 years, and thus the overall resource envelope is restricted. Thus, some legislative proposals must be rejected on account of lack of resources. After all, the legislature does not legislate in vain. And if a legislative proposal requires billions of shillings, then the proposal must await for when the resources will be available. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let me also voice my concern over over-legislation. There are so many legislative proposals in the social sector and very little on economic and public finance. It may be important that a technical evaluation is done as to why this is happening. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you and the entire membership of this House that the Budget and Appropriations Committee shall continue to be committed to dispense the draft money bills referred to it promptly so as to hasten and facilitate the legislative role of this House as enshrined in our Constitution. I therefore urge all stakeholders involved in the process or the processing of money bills to cooperate. Honorable Speaker, here attached are all the bills, and I would want to invite members to check the status of their bills. I only have 19 legislative proposals, which, Mr. Speaker, I want to commit to this House that by third, or by the time we resume from recess, we'll have processed all the legislative proposals that have been brought to us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I submit.
But you must have a card. Is it a victim of Public Order Act?
No, Mr. Speaker, my card, I think it is a victim of my otherwise many good suits. So I put it in one of the suits and I cannot trace which one. But I'll take time over the short recess to go through the suits and see where my card is. But Honorable Speaker, I wanted to comment on the issue that has been raised by the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, because indeed, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as the Chair says, puts in a lot of work. And I can tell you, Honorable Chair, being Chair Emeritus in this committee, that a lot of the time spent by the committee outside of the budget cycle is in consideration of the legislative proposals. However, Honorable Speaker, you also appreciate that at the beginning of this session, I think in the House Business Committee under your leadership was kind enough, and I think it's actually last year, not even this year, to fast-track a number of private member bills or legislative proposals and actually exempted some from the rigorous process of going through the departmental committees. And that is why we have seen out of that effort by the House Business Committee a number of legislative proposals seeing the light of day and coming before the House for debate. And I appreciate that even my own bill on disaster management, the establishment of a disaster management authority, was concluded this morning. However, Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of this session also, I raised the issue of these bills lapsing, or a number of these legislative proposals lapsing, Honorable Speaker, and the Chair has mentioned that the committee has spent tremendous time and resources, public resources, because when they meet, it's public resources that we're expending, to consider over 140 legislative proposals. If we are not able to process these legislative proposals within the session of this parliament this year. And we've only 4 weeks after we come back. If we are to continue not knowing how COVID will behave, it means we have about, it's 2-3 sittings a week, so about 12 sittings at most. Therefore, we may see a number of these proposals lapsing at the end of this session. And I had sought your guidance, Honorable Speaker, and I think it's a matter, if I remember well, you referred to the House Business Committee to consider that we do exempt many of the members' legislative proposals from lapsing at the end of this session, so that the tremendous work that has been done by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, some by departmental committees, doesn't go to waste, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to beg that you still direct the Leader of Majority through the leadership in the House Business Committee to facilitate a situation where we will exempt, a procedural motion maybe, where we'll exempt many of these proposals. And I appreciate what the Chair is also saying. The Finance Committee, I think, I had a PFM amendment bill that is still somewhere in the works, and maybe as the Chair's concern on economic bills touching on the economy and financial matters to be also given priority by the House Business Committee, maybe in the next half of this session as we come back from the short recess. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, that's a matter that I think will be considered because I have several members. That's indeed, that is for that reason that I went into details to give the statistics of all the legislative proposals that have come up from individual members in this session. And maybe when we resume, we should consider a situation in which those that will be, because if it's a bill, if it will be, if we go by the provisions of standing orders, they may be lapsing. Yet a lot of public expenditure has gone into their preparation, the committee sitting and considering them, the officers, the budget office. I think it is something that the House Business Committee will look into, so that what members have set out to do is not frustrated by a fraction of time. Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Wednesday, October the 7th, 2020, to prioritize business for consideration. Actually met on October 13th. My apologies. As members are aware, the House is scheduled to proceed on a short recess commencing tomorrow, basically at the end of today, in accordance with the calendar of the House as amended on Tuesday, June the 30th, 2020. In this regard, the House Business Committee has not scheduled any business for next week. However, upon resumption from recess on Tuesday, November the 3rd, 2020, at 2:30 p.m., the following business will be prioritized, which is the session of paper number 2 of 2019 on the National Policy on Gender and Development, session of paper number 3 of 2019 on the National Policy for Eradication of Female Genital Mutilation, the County Government's Amendment Bill, which is Senate Bill number 13 of 2018, the County Statutory Instruments Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 24 of 2018, and the Impeachment Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of 2018, and any other listed business today, which will not be completed today, will then be carried forward to that week. Honorable Speaker, currently there are no questions scheduled for reply, but the House will be updated on this when we resume the sittings. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Wednesday, November the 4th, to schedule business for the week thereafter. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, consideration of certain business received during the month of October, November 2020 recess period.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 41 and 42, relating to the conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, and Standing Orders 120, 122, and 126, relating to the publication procedure upon publication and first reading of bills, this House orders that during the period of the short recess from October the 16th to November the 2nd, 2020, that A, upon receipt of any message from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House. Number B, should a bill be published during the period or a published bill becomes due for first reading during the period, the Speaker shall, upon lapse of the 7 days following the publication of the bill, forthwith refer such bills to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127, which deals with committal of bills to committees and public participation. And upon resumption of the House, cause the bill to be beg to move and ask the leader of my minority party, Honorable Badi, to second.
Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to second this procedural motion. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a new practice. This is a practice that we have developed, which I think is a very good practice. Previously, we used to have cases where if there is communication from the presidency or even from the Senate, then you would wait until we report back, or you have to convene a special sitting just to read for us the communication and refer it to the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is just to ask the House to allow the Speaker to refer when they come to the committee to start dealing with them, so that when we report back, a report from the committee would be ready. Mr. Speaker, I second.
I propose the question, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 41, Orders number 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, and Standing Orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publication, procedure upon publication and first reading of bills, this House orders that during the period of the short recess between October 16th and November 2nd, 2020, A, upon receipt of any message from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House. B, should a bill be published during the period or a published bill becomes due for first reading during the period, the Speaker shall, upon lapse of the 7 days following the publication of the bill, forthwith refer such bill to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127, dealing with committal of bills to committee and public participation, and upon resumption of the House, cause the bill to be read the first time, and the second reading may be taken forthwith or on such other day as the House Business Committee may determine. And C, should the Speaker receive a message relating to the Senate's amendments to a bill originating in the National Assembly, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the schedule of the Senate amendments to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 145, dealing with Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly, and upon resumption of the House, report such fact to the House. I put the question, which is that the motion, the procedural motion contained in order number 8 in today's order paper be approved. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of a nominee for appointment as the Data Commissioner.
The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion, procedural motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to the extension of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as a Data Commissioner by a further period of 14 days with effect from 28 October 2020. Honorable Speaker, in line with your communication dated 13 October 2020, you directed that the Departmental Committee undertakes approval hearing on the nominee within 14 days from 13th of October 2020. This implies that the approval hearing and debate by the House ought to be concluded by 27th of this month, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in your communication, you also noted that the 14 days period within which the committee is expected to consider the nominee and table the report for debate to lapse during the short recess that we are proceeding from today. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore seeks extension of time for the 14 days that we've requested so that, Honorable Speaker, we can have time to do the approvals. As this House may be aware, Honorable Speaker, the Office of Data Protection Commissioner is the first office, and that the nominee, if approved by the House, will oversee the implementation of and be responsible for the enforcement of the Data Protection Act 2019 that was passed last year and basically enacted. And there were issues that would have, that commissioner would have been appointed by now, but there was a court case and the court case was concluded, Honorable Speaker. For the committee to undertake due diligence and to ensure that we have the right person for this job, we seek your indulgence of this House, the indulgence of this House, so as to undertake the vetting exercise and be able to prepare a comprehensive report on the nominee so that members can go through it. Honorable Speaker, already the committee and have already done an advert, and in tomorrow's newspaper, the advertisement for the public to submit any information on the nominee will be in the papers tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, there is something that has been going on in the media, both TV, radio, and also in the newspapers, that this particular person who will be nominated as a data commissioner will replace an employee of IBC. I wanted to tell Kenyans and this House that this is a new office. It's a new office that will be under the Ministry of ICT and not within IPC, because there's a lot of misconception outside there, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with these remarks, I beg to move and request my colleague, my member, Honorable Osotsi, to second.
Honorable Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the extension of time so that the committee can have, now that we are going on recess, enough time to interrogate the processes around the vetting of this nominee. But what is more important, Mr. Speaker, is that this process was temporarily delayed because of a court case on the issue of strict adherence to timelines. And therefore, this motion is very timely because it will help us navigate that area. But most importantly, again, Mr. Speaker, is that, as the chair has said, data protection is a new phenomenon. And we are going to have a completely new organization which is going to be headed by the data commissioner. And there is a lot of complexities around this new task. And therefore, it will be important for the committee to have enough time to interrogate this nominee for the purpose of determining suitability of this nominee. For those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Now, members, I propose the question This is that pursuant to the provision of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 relating to extension of period for consideration of nominee for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as a data commissioner by a further period of 14 days with effect from 28th of October 2020. Is it the desire of the House that I put the question? It's just for extension of time because the House is going to recess. And maybe perhaps I think I may need to announce when I finish this. I put the question that pursuant to the provision of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 relating to extension of period for consideration of nominee for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as a data commissioner by a further period of 14 days with effect from 28th of October 2020. With as many as that opinion say aye. Those who contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of specified petitions.
Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House resolves to extend the period under which the committee is required to present its Order 2272 by a further period of 60 days with effect from 13th of October 2020 of the following petitions. 1. Public petition on irregular transfer of ownership of Chenze Ranch presented by the Honorable Stephen Dalu Tayari. 2. Public petition on historical land injustices in Nandi County, submitted by the Governor of Nandi County on behalf of the petitioners. 3. Public petition on historical land injustices in Chepchabas area in Bomet and Kericho counties, presented by the Honorable Brighton Yegon, MP, on behalf of the petitioners. 4. Public petition on the usage of Gituaba land in Kinyona ward of Moranga County, presented by the Honorable Sabina Chege, MP, on behalf of the petitioners. Honorable Speaker, this has been occasioned by the need to undertake exhaustive and conclusive consultations with relevant government agencies and their affected parties. Mr. Speaker, in respect to the first petition, the committee has already met as the petitioners, the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, the National Land Commission also. The committee has also undertaken the field visit, so we are at the tail end. However, the committee is yet to meet a key stakeholder who emerged in this petition, namely the Rage Bridge Farm Limited that has delayed. Honorable Speaker, to do justice to the petition, the committee is scheduled to meet the above-mentioned stakeholder and other submissions from the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the second and third petitions, the committee is yet to engage the concerned parties. Honorable Speaker, the House will appreciate that on one of these days, we received 3 petitions on the same day, and this is one of the reasons for the delays. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy to underscore the fact that the entry for the parliamentary committee, for the departmental committee on lands is full, or we get a lot of petitions, and also during the COVID-19 period, we were not able to handle the petitions as expected, Mr. Speaker. This year, 2020, despite the fact that we were not working throughout due to COVID-19, we received 11 petitions, and we have already finished 5 of them, including 1 that I tabled today and 3 that I tabled in the previous sitting. Honorable Speaker, with respect to the 4th petition, the committee has already engaged the petitioners and also KTDA. And we also invited the National Land Commission in our last sitting. However, Honorable Speaker, the National Land Commission indicated that they were not ready for this petition. So you can see that the committee is making a lot of effort to make sure that we handle the issues, and National Land Commission has also promised to bring information on this matter soonest possible. Honorable Speaker, I would like to assure this House that the Parliament appreciates the work that we undertake, And we are willing to dispense with all these matters before the long recess, that is on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. Honorable Speaker, this is the commitment that we are giving to be able to deal with the 4 petitions that I've presented this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move, and I request the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Kimunya, to second.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the extension of time, and even as I do so, I really sympathize with the Committee on Lands, because they receive all manner of petitions, and everyone who has, and land is very sensitive. Everyone who has attempted to resolve their land disputes, they've gone through the traditional courts, they've done through the traditional system, the courts, everywhere, they then end up in this committee. And I was Minister for Lands for, I think, 2.5 years or so, or 3 years. And I know the kind of things you get. So I sympathize with them, and I wish we could even give them much more time beyond the 60, but anyway, we are here to extend. And as members, we support this extension of time so they can at least try to process these petitions and give hope to the Kenyans in one way or the other. I beg to second.
I propose the question, which is that notwithstanding the provision standing under 227, subsection 2, relating to committal or petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the public petitions specified hereunder by the Departmental Committee on Lands by a further period of 60 days with effect from 13th October 2020. 1. Public petition on irregular transfer of the ownership of Chenze Ranch, presented by the Honorable Stephen Tayari, MP, on behalf of the petitioners. 2. Public petition on historical land injustices in Nandi County, submitted by the Governor of Nandi County on behalf of the petitioners. 3. Public petition on historical land injustices in Chepchabas area of Bomet and Kericho counties, presented by the Honorable Bryden Yegon, MP, on behalf of the petitioners. And 4. Public petition on usage of Gituamba land in Kenyona ward of Murang'a County, presented by the Honorable Sabina Chege, MP, on behalf of the petitioners. I put the question, which is that the procedural motion appearing as order paper be approved. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 11, procedural motion, extension of time for appointment of members to committees.
Chairman, Select Committee on Selection, the Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion, that noting the recent changes in the membership of the committees of the House and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 265A, extension of period prescribed, this House resolves to extend the time for filling of the vacancies in the affected committees until 12th of November 2020. Honorable Speaker, members will note that you communicated changes affecting the Committee of Cohesion, and the Committee of Selection was supposed to then provide a replacement within 14 days. Now, we're still consulting with the whip, and I'm also aware that there are changes that were occasioned by the changes that we created earlier, when some people, for example, were appointed to chairman, yet they still held positions in committees, and they couldn't resign because they were not even anticipating they'll be elected chairman. So there's some cleaning up we need to do, and we would wish to take this time between now and the time we come back from recess for the two whips to clean up their committees. Then we will report a comprehensive list. And we've also received some requests from members who are serving in a committee they are uncomfortable with or they would want to shift. And all this can be done during these 2 weeks. So we are still seeking, the 2 weeks were triggered by the recent change we made, but we would want to, even as we feel that there's no point in filling one position and then have to come back and feel the others would like to do it more comprehensively. So that's basically why we're asking for this extra time. And we do hope by 12th of November we shall have finished this exercise and report it to the House. I beg to move and ask my whip, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, to second.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second the procedural motion that we seek for extension of time until 12th of November. Honorable Speaker, in addition to what the majority leader has explained, we also have a cadre of our colleague who did not manage to get a committee, and Honorable Speaker will also be considering such a colleague through the committee on selection. Therefore, the extension of colleagues to support this procedural motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I second.
Can I do this business? If you just take a seat. Even that one is not harmful. That's a seat for the Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, I propose the question, which is noting the recent changes in the membership of committees of the House and pursuant to professional standing order number 256A relating to extension of period prescribed, this House resolves to extend the time for filling of the vacancies in the affected committees until 12th of November 2020. The desire of the House that put the question that noting the recent changes in the membership of committees of the House and pursuant to the provision of standing under 256A dealing with the extension of period prescribed, this House resolves to extend the time for filling of the vacancies in the affected committees until 12th of November 2020. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, before we go to the next business, just because there's a requirement placed on me, procedures changed. Just to notify that pursuant to the provisions of standing order 28, subsection 3, relating to calendar of the National Assembly, the Speaker notifies that upon the rise of the House today at the appointed time, regular sittings will resume on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020 at 2:30 p.m. What that means, honourable members, is that unlike in the past, the House will rise and the announcement will be made without question put, so that nobody may raise the issue that a question needed to be put. That was carried when you adopted the calendar. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, approval of agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic. Resumption of debate.
Honorable Muturi Kigano, you want to contribute to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I produced this agreement. We had time, you gave us time. And agreements that I have seen made by our government with other governments. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that there is an article that provides for interministerial committees for both governments to supervise and align policy for the operation of the Gomeni project. And then on top of that interministerial committee, I also noticed that Article 5 provides for a steering committee to execute, to supervise, composed of permanent secretaries of the respective governments, to execute, to supervise execution of the day-to-day project. This is like a board of governors in corporate world, and to be able to draw strategic day-to-day operations. And of most importance is that the agreement also provides for corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I know Gomen area. It is specifically provided under the agreement that this marginalized area, I think let me call it marginalized area of Magarini, will be provided, the operator of the projects will provide social amenities in respect of projects. It is for them to decide whether these projects will be channeled through the CDF and this will contribute immensely to the development of the resident of Gomeni as the people who strategically own and neighbor the project in question. So, Mr. Speaker, I support and thank the Leader of Majority for elaborating very well on Tuesday when this matter arose, and it was supported by Dr. Otiede, and they were able to enunciate the importance of this agreement. So I support.
Honourable members, when we adjourned this debate, it was purely for those who had not looked at the agreement because there were some issues which were raised. But so I don't know whether members still want to. Let's hear the member for.
And I do believe for all those years, it must have served the two parties well. That's why they have considered to renew the same. Coming from the name San Marco, Malindi Launching and Track Station is basically used for airspace, space science and the rest. Honorable Speaker, it provides quite a number of issues, interesting so to speak. The facility being a segment of the sea and part of the land in Gomeni area of Kilifi County. Two salient issues arise, Honorable Speaker, and sometimes, as we say, when the deal is too good, we must think twice. There must be some extra benefits the Italian government is gaining, probably more than we can see or we are able to appreciate. I do believe as we improve in our technology, as we improve on understanding of space science, we'll be able to see the intrinsic benefits the Italians are getting. Because it does not really explain very clearly why they would foot the day-to-day running operations. They would give the government of Kenya $250,000 every year, give the government of Kenya 50% of all the profits from commercial services, and give Kenya $50 for any financial authorization fee. That's why, as a government, as a country, we must continuously review what is basically happening there so that we leverage ourselves. We become also leaders in this particular aspect. The second issue that has drawn my attention is the myriad or the plethora of various governance structures. Honorable Speaker, there's the Joint Council of Ministers, the Joint Steering Committee, there's the Joint Management Board, then of course there's the CEO, who is an Italian, there's the Deputy CEO, who is a Kenyan, and then there's provision to second as many Kenyans as possible with technical knowledge for capacity building and the rest. Honorable Speaker, I do find myself, unless there's justifiable reason, which does not seem to come out very clearly from the report of the committee on why we needed this such a convoluted and an expanded structure. Probably there could be reason,
but for those of us who don't understand probably bilateral issues, we will take it there must be a reason why that has been brought on board. However, Honorable Speaker, thirdly, there is a provision to bring development to Ngomeni area. The term of development is vague and unexplained. What constitutes development? I just pray and hope that on the various arrangements given, for example, telemedicine, education and training, access to Earth observation and space science data, support to Kenyan Space Agency, and establishment of Regional Center for Earth Observation will somehow trickle down to the people of Kenya. But specifically, the management board is left with this creation of the ministry, the Italian government and some mandarins in the ministry. We do hope they will not shortchange the neighboring community. We do hope they will not give lip service to the neighboring community. But finally, Honorable Speaker, this is something that involves the people of Kenya. Those developments should cascade beyond Ngomeni and reach other people of Kenya, because you also see the space when you sit under the sun, under the moon at night. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Well, as a House, you remain with the Oversight Authority. Nevertheless, I think that is provided for. Honorable Ishongwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also rise to support this report, Honorable Speaker, by the Departmental Committee on Defense. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the agreement, and I must indeed thank you, Honorable Speaker, because your guidance on Tuesday was timely. And actually, when I sought to rise on a point of order, I was actually seeking to your indulgence that you may allow the House members to be able to read and appreciate, because if you listen to the argument, when you listen to the leader of majority, it was quite clear that there was movement between the 1995 agreement and the 2016 agreement that is now before us. And Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying, first, this agreement, if you look at it, because now we have had the opportunity to read and understand the agreement, what was there in 1995 and what is there. One of the things I appreciate about this 2016 agreement, Honorable Speaker, is that just like any other lease agreement, because it's basically a lease agreement, they are leasing space and land and also space in the sea, is that when you lease, Honorable Speaker, even for your own rent or income, it's not cast in stone. And therefore, when you enter into a 15-year agreement, it cannot be that the amount of money you pay will be fixed for 15 years. And you appreciate that this new agreement, the 2016 agreement, has a clause within the articles of the agreement. It allows even for the money that is payable to be reviewed every 5 years to the tune of $50,000 US, which is a good thing. Two, the agreement itself, unlike the 1995 agreement, is not cast in stone. There is a midterm review that midterm you can sit between the two governments, the Italian government and the government of Kenya, and be able to review the terms of this agreement. Therefore, some of the issues that were of concern to members in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, in a big way have been addressed by this new agreement. That if there are issues, for instance, the issues raised by Honorable Bayer to do with development work in the area of Ngomeni and the surrounding areas, if there are things that the Italian government, because if you look at the agreement, Honorable Speaker, Article 8 stipulates the prerogatives and obligations of the Italian government, some of which include undertaking training programs for Kenyan nationals in aerospace science, space science, technology, and research to promote development projects for the community in Ngomeni area. And such things, Honorable Speaker, are things that are measurable. We should be able, and I appreciate what you have just said in relation to what the member of Funyula was saying, that this House, and this is a challenge, I don't know whether the chair, but there are also members of the committee who are here, the Committee of Defense, is a challenge to members who sit in the Committee of Defense. It is upon this House, as the House that is charged with the oversight responsibility, to check. Don't wait for the midterm after 7 years. It may be too long. Check after a year or 2 years. Is the Italian government training Kenyans in aerospace science? Are they offering scholarships to our children to be able to study both here, and also enhancing capacity of our training institutions to be able to train Kenyans who will not only work in this space station, but other space stations out of this country, in other areas of the world where there are such similar stations. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even on issues to do with compensation for land and the space being used, let us be able to review every 2 years, because circumstances change. Even the value of land and lease, the value that would be payable by the Italian government to the Kenyan government, with time will change as the Gomendi area and the surrounding areas change. And therefore, it will be imperative on the committee probably to have a schedule. And I heard our leader of majority emeritus, Honorable Duale, say that when they went there in the 10th parliament, they were not allowed to access. We must reiterate that we have a responsibility and a right and a mandate bestowed on us by the Kenyan people as members of parliament to be able to access any part of this country, even that site. The fact that it's being managed by foreigners doesn't mean, and I appreciate also that there is now a deputy CEO who is a Kenyan, and therefore they should be able to, Relations Committee, to access the site, be able to review the terms, and be able to check whether some of the things, good things that have been improved in this agreement are being implemented, Honorable Speaker. And I want to support and indeed encourage the committee and this House to keep checking, and also Honorable Baya and other members from the region in Kilifi, to keep checking that indeed many of the good things that have been enhanced in this agreement come to fruition and are of benefit to the Kenyan people. And I rise, therefore, Honorable Speaker, to support.
Yeah, of course, they could not have been allowed because of the agreement. The agreement subsisting then was the one of 1995. So they must have looked at strangers. Honorable Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ with my colleagues who have supported this motion by, from the onset, saying I reject and oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that this matter was brought forth by the current governor of Vihiga, Honorable Dr. Otichiro, in the 11th Parliament. And there is a number of issues about the importance of this center to this country. And though this report has tried to deal with the issues that he raised, but I want to say that those issues have not been satisfactorily addressed in terms of value for money to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this agreement is talking about only $250,000 that will be given.
Sorry, have you read it properly? Euros. Just look at it.
So euros, sorry.
Many of you may not have looked at it. Yes, because I have read it myself. It is euros.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, is 250 euros, which will be paid to the Kenyan government every year. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very little money compared to the benefits that arise from this resource. Because this is a space center, a lot of activities happen around space center. We are talking about issues of weather monitoring. We are talking about issues of telecommunication. We are talking about issues of telemedicine and many other issues. Mr. Speaker, if all these issues were quantified, you find that Kenyan government is losing a lot of money that is not declared to it. And that's why Honorable Dr. Undo was questioning why they could easily give us 250,000 euros without much pressure. The other reason why I oppose, Mr. Speaker, is because the third-party agreements. I think that's where the devil is in the details. We need clarity on what is involved in third-party agreements. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that satellite stations or space stations can also be rented to other countries, Chinese government and many others. So we need to know more, because this matter will touch on diplomatic relations with other strategic countries that this country engages in. So I think we need clarity around there. We also need clarity around the functions of this space center and the functions of the Regional Center for Resource Mapping for Development, which is in the Kasarani area. Which is which, and what are the functions of each? Because this treaty seems to give a lot of weight to this Malindi Center and not the center we have.
There's an intervention from member for Kilifi North. Yes?
Yes, Speaker, just to inform the member that probably he's read the agreement partially, that there is 50-50 sharing of all proceeds that come from all those other activities that come in, and the commercial activities. And there's also information that probably is leaving out on that there's almost 613,000 euros that will go to the Ngomeni community directly. So there are other things that I think the contributor is leaving out purposely for the purpose of really taking the position he's taking. But I think it's important he reads the whole agreement.
Proceed. We will hand you an extra 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I have sufficiently read the agreement, and you remember in my contribution I said I think there is more to this thing in terms of what services are going to be provided and what is the revenue from those services. From my knowledge, I know a lot of revenue will arise from issues of weather management, sharing data on weather, issues of satellite data.
Give him an extra 1 minute.
Issues of telecommunication. And another very important thing is that this center deals with the issues of telecommunication. In this country, we're having an issue with the digital divide. We have some counties which are not covered digitally. What is this center going to do in terms of supporting this country in this area? Instead of just giving...
Certainly, Honorable Sot, you appear to be now irrelevant. Please, and I think, honorable members, you know, you are assumed to have knowledge of certain agreements. An agreement involves two people. But the Constitution of this Republic, and you are lucky, the Honorable Tiende Amolo is just sitting in front of you, provides that even if the national executive negotiates with other parties, that will never become binding until it is ratified by this House. So negotiations have happened. Now you are saying that you think no information. Now you know you should then go to the report of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee to see when they met with the people who are involved in the negotiations, what information was given to them. But you now, if you just look at the agreement and then start saying that this is not enough, this is what the information has not been given, where you are putting now, you say digital divide. Surely, you are not actually dealing with this report, Honorable Soti. You have your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, there was also concerns that were raised by the expert who was consulted, Professor Paul Buck, who is from the Union Space Working Group. Some of the issues raised here seem not to have been captured in the agreement. Mr. Speaker, for those few remarks, because of time, I oppose.
Oh, it's not here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the proposed agreement between the government of Italia and the government of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I'm supporting this report basically on mathematical movement, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when the mathematical movement is positive, definitely, Honorable Speaker, it means all the indicators are in support of where it's moving positively. Honorable Speaker, there is a shift in the proposed agreement, Honorable Speaker, as follows. One, that there will be a benefit in terms of scholarships to the people of Kenya. 15 number, Honorable Speaker, each earning at a cost of 2.6 million shillings or 20,000 euros. Honorable Speaker, that in itself, compared to the agreement of 1995, is very positive. And that in itself, Honorable Speaker, supports the whole agreement. Honorable Speaker, there is a positive movement whereby we are going to get 6.4 million euros in terms of community projects against the 1995 agreement, Honorable Speaker, which was only speculative, it was not, Honorable Speaker. This can be discussed, and the leadership from the area should be able to communicate to the House whether it is true the 6.5 million shillings is going to the ground in terms of the community or not. Therefore, there is a review, a window, Honorable Speaker, that after 5 years, they can review the license fees, and during that appraisal in terms of the license fees, we can be able now to hold the Italian government that they've not been able to honor the pledge that they promised in the agreement. Honorable Speaker, there is also a positive move whereby they are shifting from the 50,000 euros in terms of the license to 250,000 euros, Honorable Speaker. That is a huge percentage, Honorable Speaker, whether they are making profit or not, whether they are gaining or not, Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, I feel the movement being positive to that extent, it makes sense for me to support and get an earning from the government of Italy so that the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, can benefit from this organization in our country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with that in mind, I feel it's sufficient enough to support, and therefore I support.
Now, it's a point of order when the member has completed. What's a point of order? What do you mean? You know, I'm following the way you have put your cards. Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important matter, Mr. Speaker. It's been on the floor before, and definitely there is a lot of improvement from what we last discussed in the 11th Parliament and what is happening now. Mr. Speaker, I want to concentrate on corporate social responsibility, which was raised by the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Mbaya. And wish to say that corporate social responsibility, when you have something of this nature, is very important. First of all, the Space Center is in Malindi, particularly because of the global positioning. And that was the best position for a space center to be able to do its work. And therefore, when it comes to corporate social responsibility, now that the agreement puts something plausible and substantial, it will be very important for the local community to benefit. The children who grow there, the children you see have been influenced by its presence there to be able to be space experts in future. I think it would be a very good idea, and it will welcome so that they can get scholarships, they can study, and they can come back and work at this space center, Mr. Speaker. So I think it be there is already a blessing to our country, owing to global positioning, and I believe as a House we need to support it for the benefit of the many Kenyans who come from that particular area. When it comes to the issue raised by Honorable Baya about public participation or engagement by the local county government, I believe Honorable Baya sufficiently represents the people of Kilifi in this House, together with his colleagues. And that's excuse as my learned friend, Governor King, who was my classmate together with his team, so that when Honorable Baya is here, he can even report to us and we can work with him and make sure that the Space Center is useful to Kenyans. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I do support and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this very important matter. And through this House, Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans who are interested in space learning are now learning through the House. People who didn't get this information are now getting it through this broadcast, and I believe many Kenyans and many young people know that there is an opportunity and they can go to school and learn and become space experts in future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, if you say you want to talk, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I know there are members who would like for the debate to end with good reason. But, Mr. Speaker, when we are dealing especially with issues to do with the treaties, they should usually indulge me because I'm the one who brought the Treaty Making and Ratification Act that has actually ensured that members actually debate treaties in the House, because the Constitution provides that all treaties that are made in the country become part of the laws of Kenya, but it did not give Parliament the mandate to then discuss. So I actually brought that law to ensure that Parliament is actually part of treaty making. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, because these are the reasons why I brought that act, so that when we are making very, very grievous, very serious decisions, that parliamentarians who are representatives of respective parts of the country are involved. And because of that matter, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to support, but with the reservations. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report and even what the members are saying, there's a lot of focus on the issues of monetary benefit to the country. There's a lot of issues of support or benefit to the local community through CSR projects. But my own concern, Mr. Speaker, is that I'm not hearing us speaking very strongly to the issue of security, especially even for when I listened to the former majority leader when he was talking about how the last committee in the last parliament was not allowed to access that center. I'm hoping that, Mr. Speaker, those are issues that have been dealt with. And also just to indicate, because I've seen a lot of times when we are dealing with treaties before the House, members don't realize that we have the same power as we have when passing other pieces of legislation. In this instance, we may not amend, but we can actually pass with reservations. And when we pass with reservations, it means we will have effectively amended the treaty, so that if there are parts of a treaty we are not agreed with, then we'll be telling the executive we are giving you the mandate to ratify, but with the reservations on this and that part. And what I've noticed is that most of the times when we debate as though we only have one option, which is to reject or accept. So otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that we spoke more strongly to the issue of security. But also the other issue that I know it was not been canvassed, that people don't think it's very important, but from a power relation, I just wonder whether the committee or even address the issue of the naming, Luigi, Broglio, Malindi. Why wouldn't it be Malindi? So that the power is primarily Kenya, because it's actually situated in Kenya. Even naming has impact and importance. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I support with the reservations. Thanks.
This intervention, member for Limuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've been listening to most of the contributors, and going by what I'm hearing is that the points that are coming out are actually repetitive because they are mostly in support. And so I would wish at this point, Honorable Speaker, to move that the mover be now called upon to reply.
The only problem I have is that some members have never quite known when certain things are being said, you still want to dash, even if you are taken short. If the speaker is about to be on his feet, you better sit and whatever it is that you can sort of later. Then Mwadhiri claims that the mover be called upon to reply. With as many as what opinion say aye, as many as counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And I note that the nay came from the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, who, according to record, actually, even if you sat here the whole afternoon, because of what happened the other day, you could not get a chance. You lost your chance. You had a balance of 3 minutes. Where you are the first one I was supposed to again have a chance. You are not in the chamber at that time. No, Honorable. The records are, you cannot fault my memory, Honorable Nyikal. The record which was here, and it was from Hansand, was that when the debate was adjourned, the Honorable Nyikal was the one contributing, and he had a balance of 3 minutes. So when the debate was called, after being moved again, The first person I was looking for was the Honorable Dr. Nyikal. And I know I can't miss to see you if you're in the chamber. I know you are one of the most active members of this House, but on that particular day, at that time, you were not in the chamber. So you lost your balance, the balance of time you had. So it's unfortunate. Don't worry, Honorable Nyikal. I needed to have told you that quietly. No? But it's the
In terms of access to the facility, obviously the 1995 agreement did not have Parliament in mind. It was done before the 2010 Constitution. Now, the 2016 will, of necessity, because of the ratification, now bring in parliamentary oversight. And nobody can then tell Parliament you cannot access the facility because it's part of our constitutional duties. And nobody can restrict Parliament in terms of where they can access or not. So, again, this has gains that are coming in that we will now be able to do things far much better than before. The community will receive much in terms of the corporate social responsibility. Kenyans, about 180 Kenyans will be employed, and scholarships and training capacity building. And in the end, we believe that there will be more benefits accruing from utilization of this center than before. Technology has also changed, and obviously some of the issues that I had Honorable Sotsi talking about in terms of the fiber connectivity has nothing to do with that space station. We already have the national fiber network connected through the sea, other sea cables into the rest of the world. So, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to respond to some of those misconceptions for the record and thank the rest of the membership for supporting this. And we do hope that everyone will vote in agreement so that we can at least close one chapter as we go home today with a new agreement ratified so that the people of Gomeni and the people of Kenya can realize the full benefits of this agreement. With those words, I beg to reply.
Honourable members, I put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26 June 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as for contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, before we proceed to order numbers 13 and 14, being a motion on the consideration of Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, and Committee of the Whole House on these Senate amendments respectively, I wish to guide the House on the procedure to be followed. You will recall that the National Assembly passed the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, on 24th of September 2019. The bill seeks to amend the first schedule to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Act of 2011 to provide for the establishment of a selection panel to oversee the filling of vacant positions in the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. Following its passage by the House, the bill was forwarded to the Senate for consideration, as it is a bill concerning county governments. Honourable members, the Senate made various amendments to the bill. The Senate amendments were committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs of this House and are now awaiting consideration by the House. The amendments will be moved by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee. These amendments is provided for under Standing Orders 145 and 148. In summary, honorable members, the House will generally debate the Senate amendments for not more than 1 hour under the motion that the Senate amendments be now considered. Thereafter, should the House resolve to consider the amendments, the House will dissolve into committee of the whole House to dispose of the amendments sequentially. On the other hand, should the motion be negatived, the motion or should the Senate amendments be now considered, the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution relating to a mediation process will apply. Similarly, should the committee of the whole House amend or reject any of the Senate amendments, the mediation process will again kick in. In conclusion, honorable members, should the House pass the Senate amendments as proposed by the Senate, I will then proceed to forward the bill to the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Consideration of Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019.
Chairman, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the guidance that you have given the House. Mr. Speaker, I beg, with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Senate, yes, sorry, let me repeat it, that the Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3 Bill, being National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, be now considered. I beg to move and request my colleague, Honorable Otiede, the Vice Chair of the GILAC, to second.
Honorable Otiede Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members to support this amendment of Senate wholly, preferably without any, for the simple reason, Mr. Speaker, that if we go that way, then we will still be in danger. I second this motion because there's a lacuna in the law. The current law only provided for appointment of the current commissioners and no other. That is the only reason why so far we have been unable to fill the 4 vacancies that arise. Mr. Speaker, what the Senate did, which is reasonable in the opinion of the committee, was to reduce the very complex and elaborate process of appointing the appointing committee, which had 11 members, but which has now been reduced to 7. And of those 7, Mr. Speaker, 4 of them are to be appointed by the Parliamentary Service Commission, 2 of them by the Interreligious Council, and 1 by the Law Society of Kenya, which now makes it 7. The committee viewed that as quite reasonable, and it reduces the complexity. Mr. Speaker, we also note that the Senate decided to introduce qualifications of who can serve in the appointing panel, which is quite reasonable. Those qualifications requires you to be a citizen, it requires you to have integrity, and requires you to at least have a degree. All that was reasonable in the view of the committee. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted, and this is important for Parliament, that this process places the primacy of the appointment of commissioners in Parliament, because 4 of the 7 are actually appointed by the Parliamentary Service Commission. So Parliament has the greatest say in the appointment of the commissioners. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that if we adopted this and it was signed into law, there would be no reason why we would not immediately proceed and fill the 4 vacancies that currently exist in the IEBC. And if we were to do that, we would then have the space to address the very fundamental issue of how do we deal with the 3 existing commissioners, most of whom
many people have expressed disquiet about. But we cannot deal with them until and unless we have a process of appointing others, because there cannot be an IEBC without commissioners. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that in the context of the dangers that we face, in the context of having a general election in less than 2 years, in the context of all the initiatives that we are having in terms of amendment of the Constitution, the most stable institution that we require in this country is the IEBC. By simply adopting what we had already passed and Senate adjusted to a limited extent, we will have helped this country avert a very big danger. Right now, as we speak, if anything was to happen to any one of those commissioners, we would not have a commission, even capable of conducting the by-elections that we are facing. That is a grave danger to our country that we should not face. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge honorable members to agree with us, despite any temptation we might have of adjusting one or two things. And I can tell you that even the committee was tempted why the LSK should be part of the 7. But we restrained ourselves, noting what the Speaker just indicated, that if you try to touch anything, then we go on mediation. And right now we are facing a recess, and then we lose a lot of time. And we resolved that whatever little danger or impropriety one could say that the Senate may have done, it's insignificant compared to what we need to seal, to the lacuna that we need to seal. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second this motion as presented. Thank you.
Allow me then to propose the question that the Senate amendment to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, be now considered. The first member with interest on my screen here is the Honorable Koskeki Mutai, member for Chepalungu. Not desiring to be in the House. The next one, I see interest from the Honorable Amos Kimunya, Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support that this House considers the amendments from the Senate. It's a custom, any bill affecting the counties would have to be sent to the Senate, and it's within their prerogative to prefer any amendments that they would want to bring. And when they then bring it to us, we look at, and if it's reasonable, we accept. If it's unreasonable, we go for mediation. And from the reports of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and our own interpretation, really there would only have been one issue I would have had an issue with. The fact that we are limiting the appointment to only the Law Society of Kenya. But which instead of opening to the wider profession. But if we were to even attempt to make an amendment to that, we'll then go to open up a Pandora's box. Accountants would also want to come in, engineers would also want to come in, and we'll go back to the 11 or 18 people in the panel. So it's, we will trust on this one, that the Law Society of Kenya, especially after the tea and Mandazi session in Parliament, that opportunity to derail the process. And I'm sure the chair and the vice chair are senior members within our profession. So that is one of the issues that members had, that LSK wants to occupy Parliament, and we are now saying LSK to appoint somebody into the IEBC. They could actually jeopardize. But I know Honorable Mirio Diabo is a seasoned member of that society, and Honorable Saipan, you know, we have so many members here who protect the leadership of LSK from wanting to sabotage the work of the House. So on that basis, on that understanding, I actually accepted that perhaps we don't even need to make that amendment. And hence I would urge the House that it's really a technical issue before us. We accept to debate the amendment, then we get in the committee of the whole House, we agree on those amendments, and we make progress so that at least we can, before we go home today, we can have cleared the way for other processes that affect IEBC so that the credibility of that body can become clear in the eyes of the Kenyan people. So, Honorable Speaker, with those words, I beg to support and urge the House that let's move with speed, let's finish this matter, get into committee, and we dispose of it in as fast as possible. Those I beg to support.
The Honorable Leader, you seem to be of the position that the LSK will be protected on this floor on any day, even when it holds that the House, even what you're saying now is an illegality. We would like to see when we pass this one, whether the LSK will have the, will be able to follow up, but that is for another day. The Honorable Odege, Mboya member for Nyatike.
Honorable Speaker, allow me also to add my voice on the same and support the motion table before us by the committee. And listening to the mover and the seconder, let's not discipline an organization because of an individual. That's now the LSK. The institution is bigger than an individual and will continue being with them without that gentleman. So for me, I'm standing here to support, and I thank you for that.
The Honorable Odege, when the individual is the president of an institution, I think he's a spokesman for that institution. Then he speaks. The Honorable Mwati Mungai, member for Limuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion, given the fact that, and I listened to the seconder very clearly, that there could be danger that IEBC, for any reason that we don't anticipate, could be improperly constituted. And the fact that, Honorable Speaker, we are not very far off from another election, and we need to start putting our house in order. And I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, that there may be issues that are contained in the bill, but I think I want to concur with the mover that if we open, then it might spiral into mediation that shall never end. So, Honorable Speaker, I also urge my colleagues, let's support it so that progressively we can protect our institution. I thank you.
The Honorable Bara Akinyi, member for Kabondo Kasipul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too join my colleagues to support. And I have noted that the critical issues have been captured, and the qualification, the integrity, and also the fact that they must be citizens of Kenya. The second one is that 4 out of 7, really, if you have a majority in the appointing authority, it places the greatest amount of say to the parliament. And therefore, I support. Thank you very much. Okay.
The Honorable Oundo Ojiambo, member for Funyola.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. On the onset, let me state I support the amendments from Senate. And because so, they are very difficult people to deal with, so to speak. Honorable Speaker, I have had an occasion to attend a mediation process, and I regretted why even I accepted the invitation to go there, because they are so inconsiderate in discussions. However, Honorable Speaker, it also shows that probably they are beating this particular house into submission with the insurgents and the difficult approach that we have to accept. But Honorable Speaker, at times you have to accept to fight another day. The issue of IBC is so critical to this country that any further delay puts this country in danger and jeopardy, because you never know what can happen that will necessitate an immediate election. IBC, the way it is constituted, indeed is unconstitutional and has no capacity to execute its mandate.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support and thank the legal committee for bringing it. And Mr. Speaker, the only thing is I was a little worried when Honorable the Chair and Honorable Tiende were speaking as though they were sacrificing efficiency at the altar of speed or necessity. But having listened to their reasons, Mr. Speaker, there are times you can do that, especially when we know that we have the possibility of amending should need arise. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am persuaded. Ordinarily, I wouldn't move for sacrifice justice or efficiency, Mr. Speaker, at the altar of necessity, of speed. Mr. Speaker, I know that one of the concerns that members have is on the views of the LSK chair and of LSK being included. I think as a house, we show tolerance and we show fairness when we are able to include even people of diverse views. People don't necessarily have to agree with us all the time. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, even when we are talking about law society, we are not talking about the chairman of the LSK, neither are we talking about Mr. Harvey as a person who has very strong views about occupying Parliament, and which of course is his right, because I'm very happy the way Parliament dealt with it. Instead of stopping him from coming in, he was able to come into Parliament. And I don't see why we are also ridiculing when he had tea. Because it's a very African thing to extend friendship to people who visit you. So it was good that Parliament offered him tea. And even then, even if he still disagrees with us, LSK, as of necessity, as the premier organization that deals with the legal issues in the country, and the issues that we are going to deal with here are primarily legal. So I would support Chair. But I'd only just want to add, because I've not actually had time to look at whether we gender representation, because for me that would be of even graver interest or concern, especially on the nominees from the PSC that we actually have. I think the chair is alerting me that they have actually made provision, and if that is done, then I'm truly happy, and I do support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Millie, I agree with you 100% that the Honorable Harvey, the current president of LSK, is always welcome to come to this precincts of Parliament and to say things that might not even be agreeable to all of us. So he will always have a cup of tea here if he chooses to come and visit the House. What is out of order, the Honorable?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's not you who is out of order. I'm the one who is out of order.
Yes.
So I wanted to report myself. Mr. Speaker, I'm out of order because I really should have said this even the earlier session when the substantive speaker was here. And just to say a very big thank you to the office of the Speaker and Parliament as a whole for giving us the opportunity as members of Parliament who are interested in the Jerusalem Challenge Initiative. Mr. Speaker, many people may not have understood, some members may not have actually have understood what it was about. And we know that the Jerusalem Challenge was actually a global challenge, which became actually a global anthem of hope during the corona pandemic. And as Parliament, what we tried to do was to show that even as we are moving towards electioneering period, there's so much divisive politics. And by the very nature of politics, it's divisive, but we can still talk to each other, even with those challenges. and listen to each other and try as much as possible to do politics devoid of violence. And so that was actually our theme. We were cross-party, we are bipartisan in the challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I do notice that majority of the members who are in it are not here today because it was extremely exhausting. I want to thank the Office of Majority Leader, the Speaker. We were all here yesterday, I think almost 50 members, and I really, really do thank you for giving us that support. Thank you.
Roel? The Honorable Wangwe, member for Navajo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and first and foremost, as a member of JLAC, that actually this motion is timely, it's awakening on a call, and working on the principle that if you do not plan today, you are simply telling the world that you are planning to fail. Honorable Speaker, the next few months to come, we are going to have elections. That is May 2022. But Honorable Speaker, this preparation is very key, and as the Vice Chair of our committee said, it's important that, Honorable Speaker, we pass it as it is, and let us correct what might come after this report later on, when IBC is on course and when the situation is regularized, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one thing that happens in terms of the many that has been said about LSK being part of this, I would want to say we are looking at the corporate entity LSK. We are not looking at a person. Harvey is a man of my homeland, and many chairmen and presidents have come and gone, but the standing of that organization, is the reputation it has gained, is what we are bestowing this responsibility upon. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'll be just asking my colleagues to help us help us to pass the motion as it is, so that we move on and be ready should the election be called upon in the near future. We make IBC be in a proper form. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Mohando, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, owing to now members repeating themselves, may we apply Standing Order 95 so that the mover may be called to reply?
Is that the mood of the House? That the mover be called to reply? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also, in a light touch, thank Member for Bita for creating this form of therapy in the Jerusalem dance. Only that I request her perhaps to make arrangements for the senior citizens. Then perhaps she goes on a smaller pace, and we will be able to get more members like me, like you are truly. Mr. Speaker, the amendment may look small, is a schedule 1C, but it has very wide ramifications in our governance, in our society. The Vice Chair of the committee has given very sound reasons why these amendments are necessary, and I don't want really to delve so much on it, but the justifications is there. I think I dropped my notes. The justification for is alive in the country, that if, for example, there was to be any vacancy in the composition, as it is today, of the IBC, we shall have a constitutional disorder and a constitutional problem. So that is what the amendment has come to cure. And equally, we may have problems with the LSK. We considered it with my committee, but because of the predicament on invoking mediation, we wanted to include the association. I think there is an association of professional bodies in the country. We wanted to provide a member, but because of the problem of mediation, we left it to LSK. It will not only be, it will not always be an LSK as we see it. I say today with a lot of respect that there may be cases of what we lawyers call McNaughton rules in the leadership. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have to provide, in any case, this will be 2, I think 4, 7, so is 1 again is 6. So I don't think he can really pronounce any much harm. So with those few remarks, I thank members for the support they've given the country, and this is the route now for the BBI and any other future amendments and voice of Wajuko to be heard. So with those few remarks, I beg then to move.
Honorable Senior Muturi, I heard you mention McNaughton. I'm sure it was in a very light note. McNaughton rules. Those who know very well. Honorable members, allow me to put the question that the Senate amendment to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019 be now considered. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now seated in Committee of the Whole House to consider the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019.
Senate amendment to clause 2.
Chairperson. We have the clauses without amendments, and I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 2 be now approved. Do I see interests from Honorable Mungai? I do not want to gag anyone. Member for Limuru?
Thank you, Chair.
You want to make a go?
I was actually looking for the amendments. I'm not seeing them. But I don't wish to contribute on that.
Okay, so should I go on to put the question? I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 2 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
I now call upon the mover to move reporting.
I need the mic. I don't have my glasses. They're on my face. Okay, very well. They are, in fact, they are in their place. Madam Chair, I beg to move that the committee report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35, and its approval thereof without amendments. I move.
I go on to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendment to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Senate amendment to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, and approved the same without amendments.
The mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Dr. Otiede to second the motion of agreement with the report of the Committee of the whole House. I beg to move.
I second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Is it the mood of the House that we put the question? Yes. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 15, motion. Sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on the national policy on gender and development.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Proceed, the Honorable Mwati, the member for Lari.
For Limuru, Honorable Speaker.
For Limuru, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare and its consideration on the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on the national policy on gender and development laid on the table of the House on the 8th October 2020 and further approve sessional paper number 2 of 2019. And Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare is established as per standing orders, Honorable Speaker, and specifically draws its mandate from Standing Order number 216-5 and addresses, among others, the issues of the program on policy objectives of ministries and departments and their effectiveness. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to state that the policy on gender and development, national policy on gender and development had been done by Cabinet in the year 2000, and the one we have now under sessional paper number 2 of 2019 is a review of the earlier one to align it with the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And that, Honorable Speaker, this policy is geared towards complying with Article 27 on equality and freedom from discrimination as contained in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the formulation of the National Policy on Gender and Development considered the patriarchal nature of our society in Kenya, supported by statutory, religious, and customary laws and practices, and the impeding of access to the goal of gender equality and women empowerment by administration and procedural mechanisms. Honorable Speaker, the policy takes cognizance of the values and principles set out in the Constitution, legislation aligned to the Constitution, the national and county governments with varied functions that should contribute to gender equality, Kenya Vision 2030, and the third medium-term plan, the Big Four Agenda, the international and regional treaties on gender equality that Kenya has ratified, Agenda 2063 of the African Union titled The Africa We Want, seeking, among other things, to build inclusive and accountable states and institutions, lessons learned from the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and the Sustainable Development Goals under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by the United Nations in September 2015. Honorable Speaker, the overall goal of the policy is to achieve gender equality by creating a just society where women, men, boys, and girls have equal access to opportunities in the political, economic, cultural, and social spheres of life. Specifically, Honorable Speaker, the policy intends to facilitate the implementation of the Constitution and domesticate the international and regional obligations and commitments that promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination, provide a framework to integrate and mainstream gender into the national and county governments' development planning and budgeting, as well as resultant policies, programs, and plans, including those of non-state actors, promote and support the rights-based approach when dealing with gender-related matters, and define the institutional framework and performance indicators for effective trafficking, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of implementation of gender equality and women empowerment. Honorable Speaker, the implementation of the policy is expected to result in achievement of equality and economic empowerment, equal rights and opportunities in socio, economic, and political spheres for women, men, girls, and boys, and equal rights in marriage, preservation of dignity of women, men, girls, and boys, acknowledgement and respect for diversity of all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, The policy under consideration in the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 may be reviewed after 5 years or in any other such time that the ministry responsible for gender shall determine. So it's a document that we shall pass but may be reviewed. Honorable Speaker, upon consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on policy, national policy on gender and development, the committee made the following observations. Roman 1, that the national policy on gender and development is a review of the national policy on gender and development adopted by the cabinet in 2000, like I said before. The policy outlines the national agenda for gender equality and how Kenya intends to realize these ideals. Roman 2, the policy builds on the provisions for gender equality in Article 10 on national values and principles, Article 27 on equality of treatment and freedom from discrimination, and Chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of Kenya. Roman 3, there is need for constant monitoring of gains made with regard to gender equality in the Constitution of Kenya and relevant legislations to avoid retrogressing. The policy 4, the policy aims at achieving equality of opportunity and outcomes with respect to access to and control of national and county resources and services. Roman 5, Parliament has already enacted various laws and amended existing legislation to implement the constitutional provisions for gender equality, including Matrimonial Property Act of 2013, the Marriage Act of 2014, the Land Act of 2012, and the Land Registration Act of 2012, and the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act 2010. The review of the policy should have been completed earlier to guide the enactment of legislation on matters related to gender and development. Roman 6, the State Department for Gender has been allocated approximately 15 million for the implementation of the policy against a resource requirement of 500 million. The allocation will not be adequate for fulfillment of the policy objectives. So we are saying there is need to allocate further resources so that if it's going to be implemented as presented. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that number 1, Roman 1, the House adopts this report on sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on national policy on gender and development, and Roman 2, approves sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on national policy on gender and development. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to thank your office and that of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support accorded to the committee during the consideration of this sessional paper. Allow me to recognize the role of the committee secretariat in this important process. May I also extend the committee's appreciation to the State Department of Gender for coming up with this policy and appraising the committee on the importance of this policy. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request that Honorable Gideon Koske, who is my vice chair, to second. I thank you.
Honorable Koske.
Thank you, Speaker. I note with appreciation that the overall goal of the policy is to achieve gender equality by creating a just society where women, men, boys, and girls have equal access to opportunities in the political, economical, cultural, and social spheres of life. Speaker, the policy currently before the House builds on the National Gender Policy on Gender and Development 2000, which provided a legitimate point of reference for addressing gender inequalities at all levels of government and by all stakeholders. It provided an opportunity, an avenue for gender mainstreaming across all sectors in order to generate efficient and equitable development outcomes. The formulation of the current policy takes cognizance of the need to change the male-dominated social order in Kenya, supported by statutory, religious, customary laws and practices, and the impending of access to the call of gender equality and women's empowerment by administrative and procedural mechanisms. This change should not be just cosmetic, but far-reaching and genuine. Speaker, it should involve access to opportunities for girls' rights, from early childhood education, right to political and other levels of leadership. Speaker, this policy aims at achieving and outcomes with respect to access and control of national and county resources and services, and equality of treatment that meets the specific and distinct needs of different categories of women and men. The policy further identifies the criteria for equality among men as follows: equality of treatment and freedom from discrimination as provided for under Article 27 of the Constitution, equality in the political, social, economic, cultural development spheres for women and men, respect for the human rights of women, men, boys, and girls, respect for provision on equality in the Bill of Rights in civil, administrative, judicial, regulation and procedures, and customary, cultural, and religious practices. Enforcement of statutory, religious, customary laws with the framework of this policy and constitutional changes. Duties bearers at the national and county levels of government will be equipped with relevant gender-responsive requirements for planning, budgeting, and implementing development programs. Speaker, these provisions are very critical. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I urge that this House allocates more resources to this critical sector to enable the State Department for Gender implement this policy. With those very many remarks, I beg to second this motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on the National Policy on Gender and Development, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 8, 2020, and further approves sessional paper number 2 of 2019. I expected to see a floodgate of interest. I did not say gender, interest. Noting that the sessional paper is highlighting or speaking to a current discourse which needs to be thought through thoroughly. Nevertheless, we have about five requests, and Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, are you insinuating that I'm out of order?
They are accorded equal opportunities with their male counterparts who have similar qualifications and so on and so forth. There are issues of equal pay for equal type of work, of quality of work that they provide, and so on and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, I stand as a proud father of 4 daughters. It gives me pleasure to get opportunity to contribute to and also support adoption of this sessional paper, which will help us to actually empower our women and our girls and so on and so forth. Thank you for the opportunity. I support adoption of this sessional paper on national policy on gender and development.
Very well said. Let's have the member for Nyatike, Honorable Odege.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice on the same and support the report given by the Labour Committee on gender and gender-related issues. You'll agree with the move of the report that gender is not only for female or males, but the issue in our country, when we talk about gender, we only refer to our ladies. I know, dated back to 80s, you'll agree with me that even when we talk about pensions in the public service, women were not privileged enough to be paid pensions. When we go to our domestic lives, especially in the rural areas, you'll find that boy child, in most cases, are given more preference than the girl child, especially when it comes to inheritance and issues related to education. Even though facially we do say that nowadays girl child is more empowered than the boy child, but still not the reality on the ground. So what I wanted to add is that we as legislators here, I know maybe luckily my daughter is also looking at me standing here, and she knows me as a traditionalist, but today I want to surprise her by seriously defending girl child, our ladies all over, so that everybody, regardless of your sex, you can feel part and parcel of this nation, and you can also rise and get your rightful share, both at the family level, at the government, and always space given to everybody, so that your talent, your right, and what you want, you can achieve without anyone standing in between you and your right. But this one can only work if we enable the environment to enable our girls also to compete favorably without fear or favor. I know majority of us, and even if you look at the laws we have written, the policies we have rolled out, we have a very major challenge in implementation. We may have very good documents, even the one we are presenting here today. If there is no force behind it, I can assure you it will form part of files filed away. So I want to urge ourselves, after passing the same policy here, let the committee, where I sit in, that committee of labor, we move ahead and ensure that it's implemented to the latter, so that whatever we are doing here is not just for the purpose of this house, but it should be for the benefit of the whole country. I beg to support, and I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion on adoption of sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on gender and development.
Sorry, Honorable Otiende. My apologies to the Leader of Majority. You definitely have preference over the Honorable Otiende, but let him finish.
Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence, Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, I note from the report that the last policy that was adopted was in the year 2000. And that essentially means that 10 years before promulgation of our Constitution and 10 years after promulgation, we have not had a policy that is in tandem with the Constitution. It is therefore quite timely and appropriate that we should have such a policy. I note, Madam Speaker, that from the summary as captured by the Cabinet Secretary, Professor Margaret Kobia, and the Principal Secretary, the process appears to have been quite consultative, involving ministries, this parliament, faith-based organizations, civil societies, private sector, and a host of others. And although on the face of it, it does not acknowledge the National Gender and Equality Commission, I noticed that it's acknowledged in the bibliography, and that perhaps therefore captures the fact that they participated. For another day is to discuss where there's a particular constitutional commission that is given a mandate under the Constitution, and at the same time there's a policy to be formulated by national government. To what extent and in what manner should the independent commission liaise with the government in development of such policies? And perhaps the mover might guide us on that. But overall, I think that this policy is a good one. In terms of conceptualization, it does exactly what the mover and some of my colleagues have done. It disabuses the supposition that when you say gender, you mean women or girls. And it makes it very clear, and I'm in total agreement, that you are really referring to both sexes. It also covers a broad spectrum of issues, from health to housing to security to power relations and a host of others. It importantly captures the question of the boy child in page 23. Many times when people speak of gender, they speak of the girl child, they speak of women, and they forget about the boy child. And the truth is, we have emphasized the girl child rightly in this country for the last 2 decades so much that if you carefully look even at the educational sector, you find that the boy child is starting to be greatly disadvantaged. We must uplift the girl child, but we must also uplift the boy child. No one should be left behind. This report properly appreciates the challenge, and in this country we still have an ongoing challenge. Do we go for gender parity, which essentially would mean equal, as of not quite equality, but equal? Or do we go for gender equity, which in some sense speaks to affirmative action, realizing that we cannot achieve parity? Now, I think in the conception of our Constitution and in the conception of most of the laws we have so far gone for gender equity. That is assuring and ensuring that some measure of representation of both gender. And the percentage we've used so far is 1/3. Even that we have failed in many places. We know that even in this House, we have, in the last 10 years, failed to achieve the 1/3 gender principle. But that is an ongoing challenge. In the context of this policy, it helps us address all those issues. So, Madam Speaker, I think that this policy puts us in a good pedestal to resolve the many outstanding issues that we have on the issue of gender. I support the motion, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to support this sessional paper, which, although coming 10 years after the passage of the Constitution, at least to align the current thinking within the ministry with the provisions of the 2010 Constitution. And I want to congratulate the chair of Departmental Committee on Labor, because this sessional paper was developed in 2019. It's been lying, awaiting processing in a committee. But at least now, it's left the committee, was tabled here just a couple of days ago. But in House business, we realized, these sessional papers are important. They are the ones that anchor the laws, the regulations, even the budgeting for that sector. But without a guiding policy framework, it becomes difficult. And hence, we fast-track that we need to get these sessional papers, as many as that possible, into the House, so that members of this House, whenever they're looking at the budgets, whenever they're looking at the laws, whenever they're looking at regulations, can first of all look, where is it anchored within a policy framework? And now having this, we can now at least be able to debate and say, where is the gender issue within the policy framework, within the policy planning of the government? Madam Speaker, as I was looking at this item on the order paper, and I share your concerns. I was expecting that people who are not even politically inclined to want to see matters of IEBC passage, that by the time we come to these two sessional papers, we'll have a full house here, especially given the currency of this gender debate, almost to the extent of this house being threatened with a dissolution because of gender issues. But when you now look at the interest by the members, there's a total disconnect between what we hear out there. I would like to see Kewapa here, for example, when we are discussing this, so they can guide the Kenyan ladies out there. I would also want to see there's a group that goes for, what is it called? There's something that people disappear during Valentine. Huh? There's a men's seminar that people disappear to. Yeah? I would like to see the membership of that seminar here so they can tell us what the issues, according to them, gender issues that perhaps should be captured or have not been captured, or whether their issues have been addressed properly within this policy, which is the shadow paper. But that, unfortunately, is the way of life, that, when important things are being discussed, the people most affected are not there. And then when they pass, they then complain later, we are left behind. Fortunately, for the female gender, they are very well represented by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who has been an activist on it, and Dr. Eva Obara, and obviously with the chair, with the speaker for the time being here. And we thank you. I know Honorable Millie Odhiambo reported earlier that because of the Jerusalem challenge, a number of them are nursing, aches and muscle injuries because of over-practicing at high altitude at the top of KICC very early in the morning without warm-ups. But the good thing is, at least we saw them participate yesterday in empathy with the victims. But today would really have been the day to actually put their voice on what we want done on the gender issues. Now, Dr. Moro said that the boy child has been marginalized over the last 20 years. Indeed, the emphasis on the women empowerment has been going, if you remember the first meeting before Beijing was held there, I think it was 1984. So we're talking of close to 40 years ago. And since that time, there's been lots of emphasis on empowerment of the female gender, and has succeeded. Yeah? But unfortunately, the boy child has been left behind. And we see that happening when you look up there at the countryside. You are unlikely to see any young girls, lying on the roadside, drunk in the middle of the day. It's the young men who are supposed to be, catering for their future families. If you look at the issue of who are being the gender-based violence out there, it's not even more on the women. It's on the young men being made to sleep under the beds, being made to sleep outside because they come home drunk, they cannot provide for the family, and even the children will tell you about how useless their fathers are. You never hear anyone saying how useless their mother is, partly because of the stereotyping that has also come, and the empowerment on the women at the expense of empowerment of the men. And I'm sure these are some of the issues that have been captured within this, so that as we talk of the gender question, it's not just women, it's the empowerment of the two genders, so that we will never have that fight between who, like the old debates we used to have in school, who is better, your father or your mother, in primary schools, and who is better, man or woman. We don't have that kind of debate, but looking at totality of the human race. Personally, I'm in I look at when I get home, I'm usually in a very awkward situation, surrounded by my mother, my wife, my daughter, and my granddaughter, and I'm all alone. So I have I'm actually on a 20% share within the family. And that helps me appreciate the bigger issues of, support to gender parity and gender equity. And because I really need to see, right now my daughter is married, of course. I have my granddaughter. I would like to see some boys at her age being developed so that at future she can have somebody at par, rather than, when she'll be coming to me and saying, Grandpa, there's a problem. I can't find any young man who is empowered to create some partnership with me. So I think the other thing I just wanted to underscore is, and I don't know how to bring this to the House, the importance of sessional papers. It's something I've noted even when the 9th Parliament, in the 10th Parliament. Like I remember in the 10th Parliament, I put in, I tabled and had sessional papers moved almost through a guillotine, because nobody was interested even to see what they contain. But then later on, you hear people asking issues, and you're telling them it's in the sessional paper number this. It's only one paper that people keep talking about, and I think Dr. Osiende mentioned it today, the sessional paper number 1 of 1965. The only reason people are talking about it is because it's been in the media. But there are so many other sessional papers. There's a sessional paper of 1986 on the same thing on matters of the economy, which was the revision of sessional paper number 1 of 1965. But you hardly hear anyone talking about it. This is what gave rise to 20 years later to the Vision 2030, right? Which is another big planning for this country, which we don't talk about, because as a House, we are not concerned with that bigger issue, planning, but the smaller bits and pieces that make political or sense or that we can internalize with. And I would really urge the House that we start paying more attention to these sessional papers and contributing to them so that we can anchor in the legal drafting, the budgeting, and allocation of resources on the issues contained within those papers. And we can have an in-depth debate on the matters, what is in the policy, and what we see as being on the ground as part of our oversight. Madam Speaker, I don't want to talk forever. Thank you for this, for the meeting. And I want to stop there, and I beg to support.
Very well. Let's have the member for Kabondo Kasipul, Honorable Obara Akinyi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too stand to support the report of the committee. Madam Speaker, this motion is coming up at the right time, and it's, I'd say that it's timely, particularly now that we are at a time when we are facing a lot of challenges on not passing the 2/3 gender rule. And I'm sure out there, the public is probably looking to see the seriousness of the members of parliament in addressing this matter. Madam Speaker, the policy gives us a framework which will accelerate the realization of gender equality and fairness. As the mover was talking, I picked up a few issues that is it responsive? Does it consider the role, needs, and interests of women, boys, and girls? Does it address issues that affect the women on agriculture and land rights? Does it bring in issues of gender mainstreaming in all sectors? Madam Speaker, I am happy that in this policy, it's coming out very clearly that they have set out measures on which to address the existing gaps that, that we have currently on matters of gender equality. So as we pass this policy and get down to implementation, what I would ask is that we get government commitment on the implementation, because that is where we normally fail. Good policies, but rarely do we implement them. So the measures that have been set out, that we can actually say that on this area we expect this to be done, is a good thing that has happened in the policy. So once again, I say that I support the gender policy as presented by the committee. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kirinyaga Central, Honourable Wambugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute and put my voice on this. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion and assist myself with especially what Honourable Miri Odebo said, and the majority and also the mover. The issue of gender has been misconstrued, I think not only in Kenya, but all over, where people have taken gender to mean women or the girl child. But far from it, gender encompasses everyone, irrespective of the organ which you have. And we should not lament very much about where we are on gender issue, because it is not only in Kenya. It has happened across the world, that even I think as recently as 1960s or thereabout, even in America, women were not voting. They didn't have voting rights. So the whole of has made strides. And I think for the beauty of this policy is that the purpose is to ensure that every human being, irrespective of whether male or female, you have the same opportunity and equality. And when you look at our constitution, it talks about we are all born equal with some inalienable human rights, that you should not deny a person based on the gender she is or he is. Me, I'm a proud father of one girl and two boys. And from where I speak, both of them, I see them as equal. But it's because maybe I've been privileged to be exposed for me to consider myself as, when I look at my children, I see them equal. But where we come from, even like my cousins, which is actually quite exposed in terms of parity. You see, when a child is born, depending on the age, you see there's some work allocated for the boys and other allocated for the girls. You are trained like a boy should not cry, or a boy should go, this is what you should do masculine work, and a lady should, please, is in the kitchen. So it is also, even as we try to implement this gender policy, we should also change from our cultural perception. And now, even when we speak as leaders and also as activists, because as the leader has said, there is this misconception that the boy child now has been overtaken by the girl child. But what have we been doing ourselves? It is because we have not stood strong enough to say, as men or even as activists, that promoting women and girls' opportunities does not mean diminishing or not supporting the boy child. So I think the totality of this session of paper is to create a just and a fair society for everybody. And it is only when everybody is regarded equally and given equal opportunity, irrespective of your gender, our country is going to achieve creating more wealth. Because you see, like, like where I come from, I know women, they have organized themselves to women groups, and through those groups, they are able to make and create wealth. So it's a good thing when we encourage and support and actually put enough resources towards the attainment of the gender equality. And as a country, this is long overdue, and the committee has done a good job to come up with this report, which I want to associate myself fully with, and which I seek to fully support. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
19
I support this sessional paper on 3 items. I saw that it addresses gender equality for both women and men. Secondly, it also addresses the issue of boys and girls, which is also a good thing. And I want also to add that me as a member of Parliament of Baringo Central, I have only boys. And this is an issue which I also think it is very important that we take seriously this gender equality for both men and women. And I want also to add on the way I see this sessional paper on the economic empowerment, which is it addresses for both men and women, and also access to national and county government resources for both men and women. The only problem I have with these sessional papers or these ideas we come up with is the implementation, which is a problem. In Kenya, we produce a lot of volumes of reports and also very good reports, but when it comes to implementation, it is a very big problem. And I want to urge us and also our governments to start implementing some of these policies we come up with. And in addition, I happen to have lived in one of these advanced countries. And at one time when I came back to Kenya, I happened to have been exposed so much that when I go to the kitchen, in fact, I was chased by my wife. Why are you doing in the kitchen? So it is, I think it is high time that we also look at those issues at home. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the report, and I beg to support this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's have the Honourable Member for Baringo County. Honourable Jasire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had actually been asked to either support this or the other, but let me just contribute to this because it also has some impact in every family. Madam Speaker, when we talk about gender issues, for a very long time, people thought gender is women. It has been something that is really confusing people for some time, and it's high time that people are given the awareness to get to know that when we discuss gender, it is both male and female, so that it is never mistaken with just a woman. At the moment, the gender issue, when we talk of gender issues, all the time it is about women because of the challenges and the vulnerability that women have in the country or even the world. But Madam Speaker, remember, the challenge that we have currently is we are focusing so much, as much as women or girls are affected, we are focusing so much on the girl child to a point I'm starting to think that we are forgetting the boy child. And because we think gender is female, that is why when we talk about anything gender, we talk about female. At the moment, Madam Speaker, when we are coming back or taking our children back to school from this COVID pandemic thing, after that long period of time, you realize everyone is looking for interventions for the girls who have dropped out of school. We are all of us thinking of how many girls have dropped out of school, maybe because of pregnancies, early marriages, and so forth. But still, there are some boys who will also drop out of school because of many other issues, drugs, and many other issues. Some of them went to business like Boda Boda, and now they are not ready to come back to school. It is only in fairness that we look into both girls and boys when we are really looking into these issues that we are looking for at the moment. I know very well everyone else is funding to check how many girls will not go back to school. We need to also check on how many boys will not go back to school. In any case, again, when we look at this gender parity or gender parity, we realize at the base, we really mobilize the girls to go back to school, prepare a good room for them. But as we grow up, at the apex there, it becomes narrowed for the girl and wider for the boy, who was not catered for at the base. So we have inverted issues when we are looking at gender. So for me, Madam Speaker, the report is good, yes. But I think the biggest work or job that we have as a country, or as a government, or even as a house, is to build on awareness so that people can be aware that when we are discussing gender, it is not actually girl or a woman. It is both male and female, so that we can be able to achieve what we want. That is why that gender rule is not going anywhere, because even in Parliament, still we mistake it. Even parliamentarians mistake it. And that's why we can't pass that law. So, Madam Speaker, I support it in principle, and let's actually put our efforts on awareness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's have the Honorable Savula. Let's have the Honorable Savula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, my card was not working. I'll contribute for a minute because I can see my senior has an interest in this debate. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support the debate going on the issue of gender. And please, I would request, Madam Speaker, that we note that since independence, we have been crying about girl child, girl child, girl child. The population of girl child is now higher than the boy child. The concentration has been all along on the girl child. It's high time now we think about the boy child. Because you look at the labor sector, these days a girl child can do anything. Initially we didn't have judges who are feminine in population the way we have now. You look every ruling or judgment you read in the papers, a judge is a magistrate, the magistrate or a judge is a feminine. The boy child, the enthusiasm of assisting the boy child has gone down. So we need to focus actually these days on the boy child. The issue of saying the boy child will be the head of the house or what, these days is sharing responsibility in the houses. And then you find those traditional affairs like the boy child will dictate whatever happens in the house is the head of the house. Now these days is called shared responsibility. You are a director the same way your wife is also a director in that house. So you can't dictate anything. So the boy child has been neglected for a long time now. And going with this trend, you might find that the country is leaning towards the boy child. We are at threat of being dissolved because of the issue of the subject of gender balance, but bias towards the girl child. So these are some of the issues. If we don't raise these issues in such a debate, then we lose focus, then we'll have our boys suffering in the near future. Look at even the performance of girls and boys at university and at Form 4 level. The shining stars are from girls, because a girl, you are presumed to be a weaker gender. So when you reach at home, you are given limited responsibilities. But a boy child, go and take care of cows from there, go and milk cows from there, go to the shop, from the shop, you're a watchman at the gate. So the concentration has been, let's treat Madam Girl Child as an egg. Yeah? As an egg. You know, an egg, if you hold it so much in your hand, it will break. If you release an egg, it will drop down and also break. So you treat an egg with care. So we have abandoned the boy child. I'm one of them who have been abandoned, but my mother prays for me a lot. The Honorable Wangwes have abandoned me. I'm just there, hanging between NASA coalition and Jubilee government, in between. Because, you know, my friend went to government. My Honorable Amolo Otiende is now vice chair, courtesy of a handshake in government. So as in ANC, men who are here in ANC, we've been abandoned gender-wise. Because the only feminine we have in the National Assembly here, we've given some national position. The other gender from the Senate has been taken over by Tanga team. So the boy child from ANC, we are suffering, so we need to be taken care of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's have the point of order from the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. She came in first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can see that this is soliciting a lot of interest and debate about whether the boy is more marginalized than the girls or vice versa. And Madam Speaker, even going by the fact that as a country and as a parliament specifically, we are dealing with an issue that touches very specifically on gender representation. Would I be in order to raise understanding order 35 that the House be adjourned for lack of quorum so that more members are given an opportunity to debate this, Madam Speaker?
That's well in order. I therefore go on to order for the quorum bell to be rung for 5 minutes. Order, members. Order. Seems like the status quo remains. And so on the debate on this particular motion, on the gender policy, the sessional paper number 2 of 2019, we had total debate time of 2.5 hours. We have done 1 hour 5 minutes. So we are left with 1 hour 25 minutes of more time for debate. It comes as a blessing in disguise to address the lamentations of the Leader of Majority and other members, so that after recess, we will hopefully have 1 hour 25 minutes is good enough time for this House to pronounce itself on which direction to go with regard to the gender policy. After that, honorable members, I wish to emphasize a notification which we have in the order paper, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28.3 relating to the calendar of the National Assembly, and as notified in today's order paper, we shall be going on a short recess. And mine is just to call on members to have good time to spend with their constituents and emphasize that we are still within the corona pandemic. You may notice that there's a bit of laxity, quite a bit of laxity on Kenyans. And I think the onus is on members of this House to actually impress upon each and every Kenyan to continue observing the necessary protocols from the World Health Organization and our own Ministry of Health, so that we can continue to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, which so far, I think we thank God that we are managing very well. And with that, honorable members, the time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 3rd November 2020 at 2:30 p.m.